Hey, what's going on? Ooh. I would say it was a slow start today, but it wasn't really. I was just working on a lot of stuff that has nothing to do with streaming. Fuck. Bro is actually on time. I'm always on time. I would have been better if I started like an hour and a half earlier, but I had stuff to do, so. Sorry. Gross non streaming stuff. It is. The whole weekend. God. It's weird. Not much happens on weekends. Drama stuff, like news. I've noticed that taking weekends off, I don't really miss all that much. Apart from Lebanon getting bombed again. Obviously, that's a big one. I need to figure out what happened there. We're going to talk about Bernie saying unbased stuff. What did Bernie do? What did he say that was unbased? I know he walked out of an interview, but was it with who? What? What was it over? Whoa, 3Ds Max, thanks for the $5. Really appreciate that. He did that before I even put a goal up. Horrible timing. Now the goal's up. Goal. New goal. Okay. How do I not hear about the bombing of Lebanon with you being missing? I don't actually know how much they have bombed because there were 6 rockets that were fired at Israel, but I don't know. It's a bit odd. The dynamic is a little bit weird now because because I don't think Hezbollah were making threats or even claiming the attacks. So I'm trying to find out when exactly they made this statement because I remember seeing Hezbollah made a statement just as the fighting resumed in Gaza after Israel resumed bombing in Gaza. The website has been seized. Fuck off. Get out. United States. That's better. They've relocated. Okay. What are we talking about just now? Oh, we're just figuring it out. Yeah, when did Israel resume bombing in Gaza? This is all old. Hmm. Hmm. Do they not have a recent I swear they had a recent statement. What was the date of the bombing in Gaza? Gaza bombing resumed. Their statement must have come up. DJ Monotonous, thanks for $5. That girl you debated about IP totally misrepresented you to Parker. It's at the end of his VOD last night. You should talk to Parker and Dean. Really? What did she say? Parker did a stream yesterday. Oh no. So she's actually like a she's like a regular then. Did she mention me by name? Where? I can't see this. Is am I can't see it in the transcript. She called you a nonce. Nice. If you can put it in Discord, I'll have a look at it. But I don't see a stream of his from yesterday that has my name in it. Um, oof. What is this? Is he talking
And
here?
what group would that be
Jesus.
in Palestine?
What do you mean? Like it's going to be a certain type of
Is Palestine?
like what's it called? Social group applied to like the biological and what do you mean? Like what do you mean?
What
What's the
social group?
Palestinians?
Yeah, what social
I-
group is in Palestine? 'Cause they haven't even been a state that long, have they?
Trump supporters. Okay. That's not me.
Targeted ethnic cleanse.
Way at the end.
Or you ever debate different topics again?
So I'm talking to
Um,
chat.
If you have any comments, you can put in the comment section. For sure.
All right.
I think I'm gonna get off for debates for tonight. I think I'm gonna get.
Sounds good.
People do leave. I'm not saying they.
U.S. businesses to return. I point to the fact that numerous businesses left. And
No. People decide where
Businesses. She won't be talking about any of
Businesses
this.
in the
Fuck
United
that.
States.
and Trump's.
Fuck domestic policy.
So
E3.
I think she's American.
if we can get
or
to
she lives there. I
1,500
don't know.
Also like this. All right, wild comments.
I don't know. Where am I supposed to find this? What are you talking about?
How long did it take? Over to YouTube for sure.
all right. U.S. business.
Decide to live, which would be relevant to corporate tax rate. The
all right. Well.
Yes, that's
Okay.
and said he is that he got a ceasefire happening under somebody's watch is not
Ceasefire,
an indicator
Putin.
of how they would.
Okay,
I need a
but, like,
timestamp.
what
Fuck
does that
this.
provide you?
Oh my god. No fun. It's debates 25 Trump supporters. Yeah, I know. I've got that stream. It's March 23rd, right? Yesterday. Oh, there's a more recent one. God, he's just debating all the time. Okay. Okay. Four hours 30. Beautiful. Okay.
Of course. Yo, Anthony, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. I appreciate it. Navaya, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Tyler, thank you for the $2 as well. Thank you. And then also Tyler, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. I don't think so. I don't think so.
Oh my god, no, I'm not pro-life. Oh my god. Somebody in the comments that thought I was pro-life and MAGA.
That's wild.
Please.
That's wild. No, don't worry, everyone. This is a friendly panel.
Oh, that's her voice. Yep.
Crazy that they don't know who you are, though. That's wild. That's wild.
I mean, some people and like your YouTube go like, "Who's Matt?
Who's
Like,
Matt?
like, I don't know who's Matt. Like, you get people in that tells me that you're not like in like the
TikTok
community.
sphere. Yeah,
Like you found Parker on YouTube.
that's really cool. I think that's a cool thing, actually. Like, especially that, like, yeah. What's it called? Yeah. What always gets me crazy is when I'm on a TikTok live with Dean and they don't know who I am. I'm like, bro, I'm on Dean's live all the time. All the time. That's a wild statement. Amelia, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Devion. Thank you so much for the $5. I think they did talk about that with Hassan. They talked about like forming a new party, possibly. Heidi, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Heidi. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Joe, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Hey,
Covey is actually like a spontaneous name, by the way. Because prior to that, I was like, I had like my account that was just called Athena, and then after that, I was like Kimberly and Possible. But then I kept getting like banned by a lot of racists, so I got like 10 accounts, and I just called them Covey, and then that just stuck because I was reading To All the Boys I've Loved Before, and the main character's last name is like Covey, and that's the only reason why I made it that name. But now I'm planning on changing it as well as I'm going like live more. But I don't know what I would change it to. I was thinking like Athena Speaks or
Whoa.
I think that's great. I think that's
Yep.
a good one.
Huge.
Athena's Lens or something like, I don't know, something with Athena is gonna do it. So it's
love
Covey's
that.
not gonna stay for long.
And then Julie, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. That would be really cool, Julie. That'd be really cool. Thank you so much though for the $25. Thank you. Get some W's for them.
What am I waiting for?
Yeah. But that's crazy. When are you gonna debate Destiny though?
I don't have any categorized debate specifically.
Ooh.
Wait, are you gonna speak to him?
No, I don't have any like specific
Oh,
categorized debate or anything.
Oh, okay.
I think I think you would do really well though, to be fair. In my
Yeah.
opinion.
Yeah. I think maybe I would do well. I've never really gotten on like the YouTube spaces and debated people. I think originally, like back in the day, like when I first went on Jubilee, I like debated on like these panels. I forget what panel it was. It was I think it was Dylan Burns or something like that, and it was a bunch of different people. And I think that's where I heard the Loner Box name from. Was from that, and that's why I like when you told me about them. Like I immediately I was like, that name sounds so familiar, right? And then I looked them up, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I think maybe they were on one of the debates that I was on back in the day.
I think we were on a Hippie Dippy panel a long time ago. I do remember that. It's COVID period.
I did not even. So when I
Uh-oh.
went on your live, I think it was that one live where you had that guest who you just wanted to kick so bad, and I came up briefly and talked to them. David or something was their name. I think they pretended to be a Trump supporter when they were like a Democrat. And then like Loner Box reacted to like their live, and then somebody reached out to me and was like, "Oh, Loner Box wants to talk to you," and I was like, "Okay."
Grumble.
And I debated him,
And
and
he was all like,
it was interesting. I'm not gonna lie. He claims to be. He claims he's not a Zionist, but then he doesn't think what's happening in like Gaza as a genocide, nor does he like
Gaza.
think a one-state solution is best. He thinks that Israel should continue existing, nor does.
I think I said that if you want to go by the actual definition of Zionism, like Israel existing as a Jewish state, you can call me that. I said that like exactly to her, but
He doesn't even think that like Palestinians living in Israel like live in an apartheid state. So I was just like, oh,
God
okay,
damn.
well.
Blasphemy.
I was like,
Sound
sounds like all the views, right?
Exactly.
What do you mean it sounds like all the
Judith,
views? What? Okay.
Give the $10. Thank you so much. But yeah, yes.
Hey, sorry, is that what's because I think these guys were liberals. They're not like communists or adjacent to all those groups that now support Hamas for some reason. Is it really like? Is it like even beyond the pale to say that Palestinians who live in Israel don't live under apartheid? Is that okay?
I am like 4.5 hours in. I think I am about to get off here and spend the night with Marge, everyone. Marge finally got back, so I get to see her. It was like the first night since I moved in with her that we moved in together. That what's it called? I haven't been with her, so I was like so sad.
Oh.
Aww.
All right, well, I will see everyone later. It was good seeing everyone.
Bye. Take care.
Bye.
That's all I
Bye.
was supposed to be watching. Okay, that's kind of nothing. Okay. Wow. At least we are kind of in a position where people on the other side are so mental that they just need to quote me saying things that are 100% true and easily defensible. And then they're like, there's no way he said that. He doesn't think a one-state solution where they both share the country is a good idea anytime soon. Whoa, no way, bro. No. Whoa, he said that? Bitch, you didn't... Mate, not that word. She didn't even fucking know that Palestinians don't want a shared binational solution with equality. She didn't even know that they didn't want that. Anyway, Fast and Bulbous, thanks for $5. Using your patented stan rating technology, rate these stans. Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan. Bro, I don't know. What the fuck? Why is Two-Ton in my thing? Do I need to talk to him? What are we talking about? Hello.
Oh, hello. Oh, I didn't expect. Yeah, I just wanted to ask the debate on like on something on Israel, because I think I let you, looking back at the first debate. I think I was a little bit I let you get away with I get away. I think I didn't push back as much as I should have. on the first debate, and I would like to talk so more on the blockade. So if you said the Houthis don't have a goal, well, they do have a goal. Whether you think it's pro-Hamas or not, they don't want Hamas to take over. Well, their goal right now, the blocking ships, is not saying Israel give up your land, let Hamas take over. They're saying Israel stop the war in Gaza. That's their goal, and whether you like or not those ships, whether you clickbait or not, those ships are linked to Israel. The Galaxy Leader, the one that Ethan thing is owned by an Israeli. That's one of the co-owned by two Israelis. That's one of the highest links you can get. Well, that I don't know why I'm saying highest links. That's definitely linked to Israel, and I don't know how he's claiming it not. And Hassan said that owned by an Israeli thing. They target those ships, and it's completely justifiable to target ships owned by a person of a nationality of a genocidal ethno state. So it's justifiable, and I hate how people like say, "Oh my God, the Houthis, they kill gay people." Shut the fuck up. It does when oh sorry that's bad. But like it doesn't, like, for example, America during World War II,
Yeah.
unimaginably racist, unimaginably homophobic. But what we did, but we still stand for what they did in World War, for what their actions in World War II. So even if they have bad domestic policies, it doesn't mean that every action they have is bad. Yeah, and also when there's a global speak, but I don't know why I said that. For thing criticizing Zionism and what they criticizing Zionism and like what people think. Goebbels said the exact same thing about National Socialism and how you can't criticize it because most of the German people follow it, and it'd be criticizing the German people. Wait, let me find that quote because I think it's a perfect comparison. I saw I bookmarked it on my Twitter timeline somewhere. Sorry. Goebbels. Somebody making shit, for fuck's sake. He's talking about how National Socialism is the primary ideology of Germany and how criticizing is the same as criticizing. National Socialism today is Germany's guiding political idea and worldwide. The entire German nation affirms to it. To criticize National Socialism today thereby means to criticize the entire German people. So that's how I think. People.
The propaganda minister of Germany said that about Germans.
Yes,
It's crazy.
He's
What was the best
Yeah,
performance that the Nazis had in a fair and free election? What percentage of the vote did they get?
33%. 33, like 30.
About
33.
37, yeah. In a fair and free election, the best they did was 37%. So
Yeah.
why do we care what Goebbels thinks about Germans and their opinions on National Socialism?
Just 1 second. Sorry. I'll be back very quickly.
Okay.
I'm just somebody in my room. I'm saying even if I don't know, that was at 1933. I forgot when that I think it's 1933 when they held that election. I don't
32,
do
but
history.
yeah.
It's a subject for 32. Yeah. I'm not a history guy. But I'm saying I don't know if it got more popular over time when they invaded Poland and got these successes. I don't know about the polls, but I'm saying even if the majority of German people did support it, it wouldn't matter. You can still criticize it. Zionism is a fascist ideology. It's advocating for a Jewish ethno-state, and you can see by the people in Israel who have explicit demographic goals. For example, this was in the Amnesty report, in East Jerusalem, they're aiming for permits, for not giving permits and thing. They literally and all the Israeli ministers and like candidates all talk about minimizing the Arab population and making the Jewish population higher. So they're literally planning demographics. I don't know any Western country that does anything like this. Any country in the world that does anything like this. Iran doesn't do this. they don't yeah, so they're one of the yeah, so they're an ethno state. That's all I wanted to get. And the leaders show that they're an ethno state through their policies. They want to have a state that benefits one group of people, and those states should not exist, no matter what historical context you can give.
Which one of these do you want me to address first? Will I just pick one?
The Goebbels one, yeah.
Yeah, so we have
whatever,
the fact is we have no evidence if a majority of Germans ever like actually
might have been.
embraced Nazi National Socialism. If they did, it would be okay to say there's something that Germans have kind of like lost their shit right now, and you can say whether
And
it's
you would
their
say
fault or not.
Israelis have as well.
Well,
'Cause
no,
they're
it's the
providing-
case with
they're-
Israelis is most Jews, most diaspora Jews sympathize with Israel to some degree or another as well. So you can say that, but then you just have to say it's like, yeah, I'm not anti-Semitic, but I do just think for some reason right now, as well as the last 75 years, most Jews in the world are kind of
Propaganda. I'm not
fucking
saying they-
fascist. Like, yeah.
I'm not saying it's because they're evil. I'm saying that they've been it's propaganda, and I get why they would follow this way through all the thing, but I'm not saying it's because like they're innately evil, like they have like.
It's not about them being
it's-
innately evil, but yeah, for one reason or the other, you think most Jews in the world right now are kind of fashy because of their positions on Israel on average.
I don't like how you're putting it.
Why not? Were most Germans not
putting
kind
it
of
that-
fashy if most of them supported Hitler?
Yeah, most Germans were fascist.
Most Japanese were kind of fucking mental with the Imperial Japan, at least as far as their education goes.
Yeah, yeah,
So why
okay,
are
yeah,
you
yeah,
uncomfortable
so-
saying that about most Jews? Because it's like
I
according to
guess
you,
so,
it's
so-
true.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm not uncomfortable with saying that. If they, most, yeah, I'm not uncomfortable with saying that, and I don't think that's because they're evil. I'm saying, I get why Jews would be sympathetic through all the hardships they've endured historically.
So we think
But
most Jews.
ye-
So
yes.
you're okay to say that most Jews in the world are kind of fashy.
Anybody who believes in Zion, well, there are more Christian evangelical Zionists by far. More Christian Zionists. So
As a
don't-
proportion of the
don't put this-
population, just why I don't know
Christian
why you need to
evangelicals
qualify.
are
It's
more
like
pro-Israel. Christian evangelicals by polls are more pro-Israel. Evangelical Christians are more pro-Israel by polling than Jews, especially than Jews in America. Yes, they are. They're
we're
more
talking
pro-Israel.
about okay, Christian evangelicals are an extreme. That's like me saying it's me comparing all Jews to saying Islamic extremists. Like, why would I do that? I would either
I'm saying
compare
Jews are
Jews
not
to
even the
Muslims or
most
Jews to
pro-Israel
Christians.
group. Jews are not even the most pro-Israel group in America. It's Christian evangelicals by far. They're insane
Yeah.
right-wing.
What does that have to
Republican
do with you
Christian
what does that have to do with your implication that most Jews in the world are kind of fashy due to their positions on Zionism?
They are. They well, not that they are. They've been led to the wrong position.
But
I don't know if their ideology. I don't know if they know what Zionism means and like the in-ground. Like maybe a lot of Jews don't know how like the Israeli, but the atrocities that go on in thing and like how they literally plan out demographics. Is there any other state that does this? Like plans out demographics, like says we're doing these zoning policies. I haven't right now. Is there any other state in the world that does this? I don't know. And is this state getting funding from the West? There's no we. Can you name a state that does this? That
Have you
like
looked?
literally says that.
why don't have you looked?
I haven't looked. I don't think any state like does like specific policies just to make sure that one group always maintains dominance over the other. So inhumane policies. They
You don't think there's any other country in the world that maintains demographic majorities in ways that might be like unethical? Whether it's through immigration or some countries just do it naturally,
not
right?
through no.
Because of the Arab and Muslim world, if they didn't really like Jews in the 20th century existing in their country, not like they needed policy, did they? They just needed, it was almost a lack of policy. They just needed to allow pogroms and looting and violence to happen without any kind of state protection. So all the Jews just kind of left naturally. You can do it that way. Iran doesn't need to worry about Shia demographics. They're like 90% plus Shia.
Yeah, but that's natural. That's through natural. Like a mass ethnic cleansing campaign didn't happen. That just happened in the 7th century. That most people in Iran chose to convert to is first Sunni Islam, and then during the 14th century, during when the Safavids took over, they converted to Shia Islam. But that Iran did not become a majority Shia state through the policy, through like what Israel did, through the Nakba. They didn't become a majority. They didn't become a majority Jewish
I mean,
state.
they would have
like,
been majority Jewish without the Nakba, right? If they'd accepted if the partition
Yes,
plan had
they
gone
would have
through,
been
they would have been Jewish
Nakba.
majority.
Huh? Israel would have not been Jewish majority.
If they had gone
without
with the 47 partition plan, they would have been majority Jewish. They would have had 55% Jews, 40 something percent Arabs. Yeah.
Yeah, but not in the overall land they control now.
Well, why did the
partition?
partition plan not happen?
Because the Arabs rightly rejected it. They saw European Jews coming in from other atrocities that they were not at all responsible for, coming in and demanding a piece of a land that should have been given to them instead of they should have ideally got got a carve out of Germany, expelled all the Germans from there, and put the Jews there and have their own majority state somewhere in Europe, not due to the Arabs who had nothing to do to the Holocaust.
So
So
I don't know why you would have drawn the line at what point would this carve out of Germany happened? It's like Zionism existed from the 1800s. Should they have done it there instead, or should they have carved out Germany in 1881? When people, I don't understand this.
After the
It's like
Holocaust, it was necessary. Well, after the Holocaust, they found out that it was more necessary, and it showed that it convinced more Jews to become Zionists. So I'm saying
it was more
that-
necessary
that
after the
the land-
Holocaust, but was it not?
Well, not more necessary. I don't like that. It convinced more Jews
Yeah.
that to give into Zionism because of obviously the horrible atrocities on the Nazi Germany and the mass extermination of them. So instead of carving a land out of Palestine and thing, they should have carved out a land from a European country that was directly responsible in the mass extermination that the Arabs did not the treatment that the Arabs did not at all were responsible for.
Yeah, maybe they should have carved
So
out a piece of Germany and got, I guess, all the Zionists who had settled in Palestine go there instead. Maybe they should have done that. I don't know if I blame
more
the.
justifiable.
Yeah, I don't know if
It
I
would
blame
be
the
more
Zionists for
justifiable.
that. The Zionists weren't like the Zionists took what they were given.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's an injustice. I'm saying that the Arabs rightly rejected it because they viewed them getting blamed and them losing and them losing out on land due to what happened in Europe.
Were
due
they right
to-
to
due-
fight for all of the land then? In 48.
Yes, and when you
Okay.
say deport them, I wouldn't mind. To be honest, the Israeli settlers, because they were settlers, I wouldn't mind them getting expelled in 1948. I don't know if this is a radical take because they weren't even first generation. So
Yeah,
I
so
would
were they
not-
the point
I
some
would
of
not
them
care.
some of them were because like some of them were born in like places
but
that were
majority,
places
they
that were
should have
erected
gone-
even
they
after even before the Balfour Declaration. But okay, so were
should
they
have gone
okay.
back to Europe, in my opinion.
Sure. Okay, they
Like
should have gone
that-
back to
that-
Europe.
at that
Okay,
time.
that's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
Were the Zionists so morally the Zionists should have accepted losing the entire country to an organization that was led by Al Husseini? They should have taken that chance.
What?
Do you see how both sides can
Um,
have a? Do you see how you can have this kind of like clash where both sides have fairly good reasons to do what they're doing?
Yeah. I sympathize at 1948. I definitely sympathize more with the Palestinian side. But yeah, I could see why. Yeah.
Yeah, because they
Yeah.
were going to fight or die. That's how they saw it, or fight or get kicked out.
Or they
Distinction
could
without
have
much of a
just left,
difference.
and they didn't have to live on the Al
Left to
Husseini. They
where?
could have
Where in
just
Europe
gone
was
back.
gonna let them in?
They could have gone back. They could have gone back to Germany after it was taken over after the Soviets and after the Nazis were defeated.
Was Soviet
they were-
Germany
they were
or the Allies willing to let in however many Jews lived in Israel? at the time?
Lenin was very much against anti-Semitism.
Okay.
There were speeches
Do you think
about it.
Soviet society
and-
was okay with? But Lenin was long gone by 1948. You think Stalin was pro-Jew?
I haven't looked much.
Yeah,
into
Jews weren't
Lenin,
going to
but
go
I
back to
don't
the
think
Soviet
he-
Union. Probably not.
I don't think he was that anti. I don't think he was. Has he ever? I don't know if he's on record of saying anti-Semitic statements, but He could have gone to like Western Germany. I don't know.
If you
But,
want,
yeah.
okay, was Western Germany accepting Jewish refugees in large number, in like the numbers of the people who exist in Israel?
If they were like if the German Jews who went to why couldn't they go back? I'm sure.
I don't know. Why did the Allies
people
throw them
from-
into? Why did the Allies keep the concentration camps open and keep those displaced people in those camps? Why did Bergen-Belsen take until like 46, 47, 48 to close? Why did these camps? Yeah, some of these camps were open until 48, maybe even later.
Yeah.
So I don't know. You think Jews are okay with people who did
Were
that
there
to them?
mass pogroms in the Soviet Union? I haven't heard of this. Were there mass pogroms and mass like anti-Jewish stuff in the? I know that anti-Semitism decreased a lot, like compared to Tsarist Russia, when the communists took over, it decreased a lot. I don't know if how bad anti-Semitism was in in the USSR. I know that the founder of the USSR was very much against it.
There was
and has speeches
there was
against
a
it.
pogrom in Poland in 1946, so that would have been under Soviet occupation.
Did Soviet soldiers do that?
I mean,
Or,
they
like,
didn't.
was it
I don't
like-
know if Soviet soldiers did it, but I don't know if they helped because it happened, right?
Was it like nationalist? Okay. So they.
I'm
didn't
just
stop
saying though,
it.
like the Soviet Union was not a safe place for Jews. I don't think anyone thinks that it was. At least,
Okay,
definitely
well-
not Jewish
well-
refugees from the Holocaust. No.
Well, they could have.
You know that when
They
not
could've-
this didn't happen to that many of them, but like when Jews fled Western Poland to go to the east during
Yeah,
the
some came back. I've heard
yeah,
you
some
say
came
this.
back. Yeah, it's like they didn't
Yeah.
fare that they fared better than they did under the Germans by far, but it wasn't like nice. It wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't really the same promise that they would have got from say Zionism, but.
Okay. Well, how about they stayed in Palestine, but there wasn't like a Jewish. It was just the whole thing Palestine, and I don't know. Al Husseini was the leader.
The Arab Power Committee
was
rejected
still
that.
The leader in,
Yep, in 39, the Arab Power
Yeah.
Committee rejected that. They wanted a a
Wait.
single Arab state, but they wanted to stop Jewish immigration immediately, and that's not what
Okay,
they
so
were
the
offered, so they
Jews
said
could-
no.
Okay.
I'm
And
just saying,
no,
like,
I'm saying at 1948, could there have been a Palestinian state, not led by Al Husseini, that the whole thing was Palestine and Jews just live there, and I don't think it would be, I don't think that the anti-Semitism would be that bad because Arabs wouldn't have that much resentment if there was no.
I mean, it could have been
massacres
led by like the Arab Legion in Jordan with whatever land they grabbed. It could have been led by Farouk from Egypt and the parts that they took. But no, I mean, Al Husseini he ruled with an iron fist. So his opposition were quite weakened, and they were often, when they did disagree with him, they were pulled in line pretty quickly because of like
And
the
he was
violence
still
that
the leader in 1948.
he was the
of
leader of the Arab Power
Palestinian-
Committee. Yeah.
Oh, that's the British did a very bad thing by electing him, and putting him in power.
Yeah, it's not like the other leaders
Yeah.
were all that much better, though, right? The Nashashibis were less violent and more amicable, but they also were radically against, like, they wanted the same thing. They wanted a single Arab state. They wanted to end Jewish immigration as early as the
Yeah,
1930s.
but they weren't Nazi sympathizers. But
Okay,
I don't
but-
think they were Nazi.
We can talk
Oh.
about the who was the guy, the head of the Palestine Arab Congress, who believed in the Protocols of the Elders of Zion. He believed that it was Jews that caused Germany to lose World War One. Would have been him. I'm just saying, there's a
Yeah,
reason
yeah.
that Zionists were probably not going to trust Arab majority rule at that time, because
Yeah.
it's also because you didn't even need to have anything to do with Zionism to have trouble in Arab majority rule. Like the Farhud in 1940, that wasn't because of Zionism.
Yeah,
Right.
it was due to Nazi propaganda and nationalists that Arab nationalism led to a high increase of anti-Semitism. I know it wasn't due to Zionism. Yeah, I agree.
Do you know I don't know, do you know the quote from? Do you know who Rashid Khalidi is?
Yes, I just bought his book recently. 100 Years Wars on Palestine, and he had his. I read like the start of it, and like his uncle. I forgot was his. I read like.
So
I
it's
just
either
got it
his
like yesterday.
grandfather or great grandfather who has that quote that he
Yeah,
said to
he
Herzl.
wasn't anti-Semitic. He wasn't anti. He didn't seem anti-Semitic. His
No.
grandfather,
What
at
was it
least.
that he? Do you have his? I'm gonna find his exact quote. Hang on. Okay. So in 1899, he writes this letter to Herzl, where,
Yes.
yeah, okay, where is it? Yeah, he says,
Yeah. Yusuf
where's the full?
Daya,
This isn't the full
Yusuf
fucking
Daya.
quote. Oh my god, why don't they just give me the full quote? Google, come on! All right, hang on.
You see another? Yeah.
I'm
It's
just trying to
talking about
find.
like how it sounded perfect, the idea of it, but like there were already people there. That's what I remember. The
Yeah,
gist
but
of
the
it
way that
being.
he phrases it is like something I never even noticed this before, but I just want to find the full thing. Maybe it's here. Wish I'd just written it down because it's in the front of his book, isn't it? Maybe I could. Where are we? Is it? I think it's like right in the beginning before you actually even before he starts, or is that somewhere else? No, it's not in this version. Okay. One person will have this. Okay. Oh.
And also, I've also seen Hassan Nasrallah fighting against anti-Semitism, and
He doesn't fight
it was
against
that.
anti-Semitism. It's just he's
I
articulating the
saw a
ideology.
clip.
He's articulating the ideology of the Ayatollah of Iran, which is that America is the great Satan and the Jews are like the little,
No,
like Israel is the little Satan,
he
and
fought
that's
he
why.
fought against the fact that Jews own America.
Yeah, I know, but you understand that's not fighting against anti-Semitism. That's not. I know that in the
Well,
West
it
it
is
might be.
pushing against a trope.
It's pushing against
It
a
is
trope,
pushing
but
against the Arab
it's
trope.
also pushing against a trope in aid of another trope. If you look at Nasrallah's speeches, the reason he does that is because it's basically against like the worst thing for
He
people
says
like
that
Nasrallah to
Christian
admit.
Zionism.
Yeah, the problem for Hassan Nasrallah is to try and admit is to have to admit that Israel was ever able to defeat the Arab and Muslim world on its own. He can't handle that. So every success that's owed to Israel is only because of America. That's why they say that. That's why they talk about the great Satan,
Well, yeah, the
America,
recent
and the little
successes.
Satan.
Israel would probably be destroyed if America didn't support them right now. With like all the things if because China wouldn't give them weapons, Russia might, I don't know, but
But you
I
understand
know
this doesn't
China
make
wouldn't.
him anti-Semitic. This doesn't make him not anti-Semitic that he's pushing against one trope, right? It's because he thinks
Yeah,
that
but
it's because he thinks that Jews can't do it by themselves. They need America to help them. That's why he's saying that.
I don't know if it was framed exactly
That's not how he frames it in
like
the
that.
clip that you watched. I know, but the way I can find you speeches of him literally saying things along those lines.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he was like saying that Arab countries justify their ties with Israel and America by lying and saying that Jews control America and stuff like that. He was like pushing against like he was like calling out like Saudi Arabia and those Gulf countries. That's what I remember. It was like, but yeah, he
We blame
has.
Israel for this blood-soaked carnage and blame its protector, the United States of America, which is responsible for all Israel's massacres and all the destruction, murder, and displacement it wreaks. Everybody knows that Israel would not have been able to stand on its own in the region had it not been for Western and American support. That's more or less what
Well,
he's.
that's true. That's
It's
true.
not
They
true in
wouldn't. They would
48.
have
It's
a significant.
not true in
Well,
48.
no. Now since like the 1973, and especially now, they would not be able to stand against themselves without American support. They would be
Whether you think
in
that or
dire
whether you
condition.
think that or not, this is not him fighting anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
You Jews, leave your
Yeah.
land. You have no home among us. Go. This is from the same speech. Go home back to where you came, for there will never be peace or reconciliation between us. Only war, resistance, and the language of war and bullets. You are leaving, and we are staying. Dawn is upon us. The sun will shine, and the entire nation will will rise to greet its God. We can go into later ones, like around Second Intifada period in the mid 2000s, where he's talking about how the Israeli Jews are all going to go back to Ethiopia and Russia because they'll have like nostalgia for their homelands and shit. Like,
Well, I agree. I agree that like because Israeli Jews have not been like Israel is not like a society that's under pressure. There's like no currently Yemen is trying to put pressure on it, but they're currently like conducting their genocide while still having a pretty good life, and so I would agree that if there is pressure, it would drive some. If there was actual like pressure, like not what they're doing now is like basically zone of interest stuff. That it would leave a considerable amount of them to leave.
pressure on Israel would lead the locals to leave.
Yeah, they haven't been under they've been under no hardship. Like the Israelis, 99% of Israelis are
mean-
just living their lives, having a good quality of life.
Living
right now.
surrounded by countries that want to destroy you, whether it was all the way from the
Yeah, but
48
they're
war when
still-
it was
but they're
5
still-
armies, then 3 armies in the 6-day war, like the
No,
constant
now.
war of attrition
Now.
and the rockets. Like,
Now,
sorry, if people had other options, if people had like other places where they would like be just fine, they would go. Like this is
so
why
are you saying the Israelis are not under relatively good conditions? Are not living under relatively good conditions?
I mean, as
like
far
the
as
majority
employment
of
and things
them?
like that go, it's okay, yeah. But I get that
yeah.
you have to join the army at 18. You're conscripted forcibly. Like you've got rockets going over your head. You've got fucking the October 7th.
Well,
This
that's
happened
the
just not
con-
long
that's
ago.
the
You've
little
got this. You had the
consequence.
second
That's a little
Intifada.
consequence.
It's not a little consequence. I'm
that's-
saying that it took settler. So the problem is that again, treating it like a settler colony. There's a reason the Israelis don't leave because where the fuck are they going to go?
Because they're
Majority.
backed by America.
Okay.
They
It's
weren't
also-
backed by
no,
America, and
it's
they
also-
actually had pressure.
It's also because
And
they
they
have nowhere
actually
else
had
to go.
pressure, and there was like
It's-
they had economic hardships, and that they weren't living such comfortable lives. The majority of them, while Gaza gets bombed and massacred, then a lot of them would leave. It's because they're not under sufficient pressure.
Even if what you're
That's
saying is
why
even if what you're saying is true, the ones who do have other options to go to places would be the people who come from either like the West or like
Yeah, that's
America
why I
or
said the
Europe.
ultra Zionists. Yeah,
but
that's why I said the ultra Zionists.
you realize the ones who would be
would-
left
yeah.
would be the Sephardic Jews, and they're the ones who vote right wing. They're the ones who vote Netanyahu. and
Yeah, yeah.
The
I'm saying
Ethiopians
that,
voted for
yeah,
Netanyahu.
that's
So
right.
like you would just have a more radical, slightly smaller Israeli population that would be more militant and would be
Ownership.
more aggressive and would be
Ownership.
more disregarding of the rules of war. You know, like Sderot, where the Moroccan Jews, like they went up on a hill to watch the bombs go off in Gaza in 2014. Like those are the ones who'd be staying. Ben Gavir, people like that, right?
I'm back. Yeah, I'm back. I just got a drink. Quickly, a soda. Yeah, I'm saying it would lead to it would probably lead to a more right wing population, but still a majority, a lot would leave, and you're acting like they're under pressure. No, they're not. The average Israeli wakes up and lives a great life. The average Israeli lives in a relatively good economy with healthcare, socialized healthcare, far better healthcare than America, and the reason to this is because America gives them billions and protects them. If America didn't protect them and they're under pressure, and they're under actual pressure, like 1/10 of what people in Gaza are doing, a lot of them, a shit ton of them would leave, and I think that's what Nasrallah is talking about. That there needs to be pressure put on Israel for him to achieve his goals of Israelis living.
Yeah, well, it didn't fucking work. Hezbollah got wrecked. Next plan.
Yeah,
I
I'm
guess
saying
it's just not. People, I don't know. People just don't get it. People don't get the fact that these guys are not. The Israelis are just not the same as any other colonial group in the sense that that's not. They're never going to see it that way. They're never going to think like, oh, maybe if we just go to Poland and maybe if enough go at the same time, then we'll have a strong enough kind of like presence and we can just go to certain areas where we can be protected. Like, it's not going to happen. They're not going to do it.
Are you sure if they could? Are you sure they can't get like? They wouldn't be comfortable in America, like getting a visa and going to America. Like, would they still?
Again,
be
the ones
scared of
who
that?
can and the ones who would be the ones who are actually more likely to hold this current government in check, as opposed to
Yeah,
you'd be leaving behind.
yeah,
You'd be
yeah.
leaving behind the ones who are more likely to just fucking nuke
Yeah,
the
that's
world
only
when they're
bad.
under threat.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, that's a bad part of it. Yeah, that's a bad part of it. I'm not. Yeah, I agree, and I don't know if I'd be against the Israelis going if it would lead towards Palestinians like getting a stay and living thing, because I think that would be a good trade-off if like the Israelis went and the Palestinians got a stay, but also I wouldn't be hypothetically against that, but I don't know if that makes me like a bad person. But
well, by doing it through
I-
which means though? Which means?
Through Mish means, well, the only means that I think would happen would be like pressure, like America withdraws funding, Israel gets like hammered on all sides. America doesn't sanction the hell out of Iran. If America didn't sanction the hell out of Iran, if America didn't fund Israel, if America didn't politically protect Israel, you don't know how vital. Basically, Israel's like the 50, like Israel's an extension of America. This is not a thing. It is like the extension of America, and that's how a lot of people see it. They're like the air base in a resource-rich region, which like America can rely on. So if America didn't do all this stuff, then the Israelis would actually be under pressure, and that's how I think a lot of them would leave, and then only like the right-wing ones thing, and then a military, hopefully like a military conquest can happen, and they get and then they will get booted. But I don't know. Yeah.
So you didn't really. So when you say
Uh,
pressure, you mean military pressure, right? That's not happening without military pressure.
Well, that's what Nasrallah wanted. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm asking if you want that, if you think that's a good idea.
Yeah, it depends on the type of military pressure. I don't want like innocent babies dying, but like bombing like military bases, like leaving a lot of Israel to rubble, obviously giving warning to civilians. I not to rubble, but like harming their economy. I wouldn't mind. That's why I don't mind what the Houthis are doing, because they're not harming. They're killing. They've only like killed 2 people, and that's a way of putting pressure, like
They're
putting
also
economic
kidnapping
pressure.
civilians and hurting the entire global economy,
Well,
which
that's
includes
not
the
a part.
third world.
That's
Yeah.
That's not a part. The kidnapping the aid works. I don't agree with, but attacking and blocking the ships is in my view morally justifiable, and also these ships are attacking American ships as well is morally justifiable because they're the ones funding this.
And it's
And,
also
like,
it's also
British-
again the entire purpose of it is to allow Hamas a breather so they can try again. It's like
No,
which is not good for Gazans as well, because then it just means 10 years later Hamas does the same thing.
I think Yemenis do hold sympathies for Palestinians. I don't think it's all out of. I think they do want to see Palestinians dying. I don't think it's just because they're pro Hamas necessarily. I think it's
Yeah, but if
because
they cared about
do
Arabs dying, they
what-
wouldn't be aligned with the Axis, which supports Assad. They don't give a fuck
Yeah,
about
but they
Arabs
haven't.
dying. It's
What
just-
have they done? What have they? But they haven't really. Have the Houthis helped Assad's massacre? Have they like given military support? I highly doubt it.
Well, how are they going to give? They're part of the same Axis. They support them, and they're sworn to the same
In
leader.
word.
They swear to, yeah.
And what? I don't know. Do the Houthis support Assad as much as Iran does?
Well, the Houthis are loyal to the Ayatollah. They swear loyalty to the Ayatollah.
Well,
He's
I
the,
view support of Assad as
the
a very
faqih,
bad thing.
whatever.
I view Iran supporting Assad as a very bad thing. I view they lost favor in the Arab world. It led to massacres. Iran would be much more popular if they didn't support Assad. So
Because
I
the
view that
Houthis
as a-
along
as a-
the Houthis along with Assad and along with Hezbollah are like they receive Iranian help and Iranian aid. Yeah. And they are part of the Axis of
Yeah.
Resistance. Like all of
Assad
them.
wasn't even pro-Palestinian, like pro-resistance in like the way he was like kind of a traitor, from what I understand. He wasn't like he wasn't like a Nasrallah and thing who actually like no. You can say he did care about Palestine, even if you think his methods were wrong. I don't think Assad cared. I don't know if you would agree with this. I think he was just an opportunist and a weak leader.
I don't think any of them.
Um,
I don't think you think Nasrallah cares.
I
The
think
way that he
Nasrallah
advocates
cares.
to treat Palestinian refugees, guy didn't give a fuck. That you have Palestinians in your
No,
own country that you can help, and he
he's
didn't want
cared
to.
about
Like,
the liberation of like the land. He cares about like making that land.
yeah, he cares about
making
the Muslim nation being one again and free of the Jewish state. Yeah, that's what he That's what he cares about.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
all,
exactly. Yeah.
but the human life
So he does
aspect, I
care
don't think
about
he gives a
Palestine.
single fuck about. He doesn't care about Lebanese people, obviously, because they. How many times now have they suffered the consequences of his dumb decision making? 2006, he admitted that had he known that Israel was going to even have a 1% chance of doing that response, they wouldn't have done it. Same with this current one. He tied his fate and Hezbollah's fate to the fate of Hamas, and then eventually they dropped that red line. They
They got
surrendered before they accepted the ceasefire before
Yeah.
Hamas had got a
So,
ceasefire in
so
Gaza.
my question, so my question is, do you think Israel would be able to do this if America sanctioned the shit out of Iran and America then Do you think that Israel would be put under much more significant pressure if America didn't help them so much by like fully like sanctioning, gutting the economies of their enemies? Like imagine if Iran had no sanctions, they did trade with the West and they were allowed to think. And I'm just saying that whether you, I do think that I do think that would increase pressure. Do you think Israel would somehow like maintain their current position?
Yeah, they would just do what they're doing with more blunt weapons and with less regard for humanitarian concern. Yeah, that's probably what they would do. That, Biden saying bring aid in, they probably just would have shut aid off right from the beginning and let Gaza.
You don't
fucking
think Iran, a
starve.
country of like 90 million people, if they had like trade with the West,
Nope.
they would
When Israel was on their own against 5 Arab armies, they still won. They actually fucking annihilated them, right? So, yeah, it's just
Iran is
when Israel had 5 Arab armies, even a British trained,
Yeah.
British armed, partly British led army in the Arab Legion, Israel still won. Like, yeah, because the
Yeah.
problem is that if you get any like Arab pan-Arab nationalist or Islamic extremist crowd in anywhere in the Middle East, and you ask them, put your hands up if you want to destroy Israel, they'll all put their hands up and then say, okay, who wants to sign up and do it yourself?
Volunteer.
And then you say, just
yeah,
if you ask them to do, who wants to get up and sign up and do it themselves, all the hands go down. It's always been the case. Yeah.
Are you sure that would be like that now? Like the Egyptians wouldn't want to fight, and like a lot of Egyptians wouldn't want to fight if they actually like had a chance of destroying Israel. Do you?
I don't know.
still
What have the
think it'd
Egyptians
be
done?
like
I know
that?
there's been protests, but what have the Egyptians actually done?
Well, the Egyptians are under a goddamn dictatorship, so
Yeah, so they're first of all,
kind of-
like Egyptians have had the Arab Spring before. They've overthrown military dictatorships that were backed by the US in the past. It seems like they've got more than enough reason to do it now.
Well, now they have another dictatorship backed by the US,
Mhm.
Sisi.
And
who-
if their
who was
first
a-
step is
who
to
was
get
an
him out of the
Israeli
way,
puppet as
yeah, and if their first step is to
Yeah.
get Sisi out of the way, then where's that coming from?
But it's hard when America. That's what I mean by how America helps Israel. America funds the shit out of Egypt, their military. It helps Sisi keep power. If America did not do this and maintain all their puppet regimes and their control of Iran, then Israel would be, in my opinion, in very much in danger if they did not. If America did not like give money to Jordan and their corrupt dictatorship. I'm saying
Israel
that
Israel
these countries
survived
will-
this when their enemies were backed by one half of the Cold War, when they had Syria and Iraq and where there was like Egypt and all these countries. They were backed by Soviets. Okay, they had Soviet planes and Soviet weapons. Israel
Yeah.
still survived
Yeah.
cleanly. We're not going back. We're not going back to the level where there's like 2 relatively equally matched world powers fighting for influence in the region, and Israel still wins, even though America supported Israel a lot less back then than they do now.
Still
If Israel
supported,
survived that, then of course they're going to survive whatever Iran throws at them. Yeah.
I mean, Iran have been able to throw a lot with like the limited resources they have had.
Yeah, and
They've
look
been
how they're
able
doing
to-
now. They were absolutely they're squished and shit.
Yeah, they're squished. Yeah, I don't know how different it would be if Iran had if Iran was able to sell like their oil to Western countries, and if Iran was able to build because how harsh the US sanctions are in Iran. I don't know if it would be different if they wouldn't if Hezbollah could have gotten like more military tech and they could have actually like had like a imagine if Iran could buy like F-15s, it could actually imagine if Iran was allies and America did not sanction. This is alternative world, but if America did not sanction the hell out of Iran, I'm just saying, I think they would not. The axis of resistance would have probably not been annihilated like this would be now, because they would have had resources.
Yeah, but you're also disregarding that Israel hasn't used their maximum firepower either, right?
Yeah, in Gaza, I think.
No, they still have 2,000-pound bombs sitting around. Obviously they have tactical nukes that they haven't used. Yeah, they have.
Gaza because proximity, but yeah, I don't think they would.
Well, if they dropped if what's happening in Lebanon happened, and you think Hezbollah were able to push a serious threat to northern Israel of invasion
the nukes
or
are a problem.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Because tactical nukes don't actually have that much of a fallout radius, and
That's why I wish they didn't have them. But yeah, I can't wish that.
not that it seems to be that they haven't ever needed them. Like Yom Kippur, I guess is the closest they came to talking about using them, but they didn't. And again, they still have a lot of these people talk about 2,000-pound bombs. Israel still has a lot of 2,000-pound bombs just like sitting around that they haven't used in Gaza.
Yeah, but
Um,
those are all given from America. If America didn't like, they would not have these munitions. Like 80% of their, I think it's even higher post October 7th. Like 90% of their arms like they used in Gaza were American things. And like in the S&P 500, I don't know, but and also Israeli businesses, this all like relies on America, which views Israel as an extension of America in the Middle East. But yeah, I guess we can. I get your point. That they did overcome overcome like with no American backing in the past. So why couldn't they now? Even though it might turn out different, but
Anyway, you're also
yeah,
assuming that like at some point in the world, like every country is going to have a shared interest in getting rid of Israel. And I'm just like, why?
well,
Why is
not
this in
shared
every
interest.
country's
Iran.
interest?
I'm saying the Arab countries could. The Arab countries could naturally.
The Arab countries are farther away from it than they've ever been.
Well, no. I'm saying if America didn't back up these dictatorships like Sisi and I don't know about Mohammed Morsi. I know that he said that he was going to agree to Camp David. I don't know if the coup was done by Americans and Israel. I've heard rumors of it on Twitter, but I don't know. I'm saying if America did not coup these leaders, if America did not put in dictators that are pro-Israel like Sisi and the King of Jordan, the British the bastard he is, that guy who's a traitor to his own people. If they didn't put them in, then the Arab countries would have an interest in destroying Israel. Their
It's weird that you say
population
that
does.
about. It's weird that you say that about Jordan because they were one of the most stable countries to come out of the Arab Spring as well. So it's like the popular resistance against him,
Wonder
despite
why.
Jordan's Palestinian
Wonder why.
population. Wonder why?
Wonder why.
Why?
Yeah, wonder why all the pro-America countries don't. A lot of the pro-American Arab countries did better in the Arab
Well,
Spring
no, a lot of
than
so there was uprisings in Mubarak was
in
a
Egypt.
ally of he was an
Yeah,
ally of
that's
America.
one. But
Bahrain,
yeah, that's
they had uprisings which were quelled by the Saudis.
is Bahrain not pro-America? No, yeah, Bahrain was pro. Yeah, but that didn't succeed. I'm just saying that the reason these countries are economic stable is because they're allies of America and receive billions of dollars for their army and thing.
I think
I don't think if America
I think the more common variable was that the
monarchies.
stable ones were monarchies. Yeah.
I don't know why it turned out that way. Maybe it's just the culture in the Arab countries.
Who knows?
Okay. Yeah.
This
if
was
you
the
have
quote.
time,
I don't know if this is the full context, but this Khalidi quote when he's talking about he said something about how he talks about how the Zionist idea is natural, fine, and just. And there's a fuller context of this quote where he talks
Yes.
about how it was an injustice that like the old Jewish kingdom, whatever, wasn't there anymore. But he's the context of this quote is him talking about addressing realities on the ground. So that's why that's where it's coming from. It's coming from the fact that he's saying that a long time ago there was an injustice on the ground that happened, but there's also now a political reality, which is that Palestine is one part of the Ottoman Empire, and two, more importantly, that people live there, and that's why he's saying let
Majority
Palestine be left in
Arab.
peace. So what's interesting is that what the Zionists were doing, in a way, in a very, very loose way, is not too different from what Hamas is trying to do now. They were trying to reclaim like an arbitrary point in history when the place was like a large number of Jews instead of Arabs. But the problem is that now where we are today, where we are today is also there's a reality on the ground. There are two national groups living there. Neither of them are leaving. They will fight to the death before either of them leaves.
I wouldn't agree. I wouldn't agree because I wouldn't agree that what the Zionists wanted was it was in any way what Hamas wants. Because first of all, the Palestinians there are not people that would like moved. Were not people that moved. And no matter what you say, 60% of are from the Middle East and North Africa. It doesn't matter. Morocco's all the way like thousands of kilometers away. This is not indigenous to Palestine, so it doesn't matter when you say thing just because they live in live in North Africa and Morocco and Algeria. So that's what I'm saying, and I'm saying the Palestinians were like the natural. They were the people that were descendants of the Jews who stayed after the Europeans, the Romans, expelled the Jews. So they were the people that stayed, that converted to Christianity and then converted to Islam and got Arabized. So they adopted the Arab culture, and then they spoke Arabic. So these are not imports. These are not people that came around just to colonize things. This is like the natural people of the land, the indigenous people. The Israelis came from
I'm
what
just going.
freaking
I told you. I'm just going by what Khalidi said in this letter to Herzl. When he's still, but he's describing what you just described as still an injustice. That's what he's talking about. He's still talking about how it's like the Jews had a natural, fine, and just reason to want that land to be Jewish again. The problem is that there was reality on the ground and it was going to be difficult. Also, that's why I'm saying it's a
Yeah.
loose comparison, because obviously when the Zionists moved to Palestine in 1881, 82, for most of those first few decades, they were buying empty land that was infested with fucking malaria at the coast. That's most of what the land that they bought. Whereas Hamas obviously wants to
Yeah, I know
reclaim it by
yeah.
immediately going in and fucking killing people and shit. So yeah, there's differences. Yeah, and even the Zionists, when they accepted the first time they accepted a state, when they accepted the concept of a state, it was never going to involve Jerusalem to begin with in 37. When you get to post 48 war, they were trying to make peace with the foreign countries, even though they knew that Jerusalem was never going to them in that peace process. It was going to be part of Jordan. Up until the day of the 6-Day War, I think one person in the cabinet had an interest in Jerusalem and the West Bank, and it was Moshe Dayan. No one else was really talking about it. They were trying to stop Jordan from
Until
joining the war.
Jordan acquired,
So
until
I'm saying it works both
until
ways.
Jordan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I agree. And if you have time, I'd like to talk a little about drama. So
Mm.
so there was this one thing I wanted to say. So there was a clip that he used, Ethan Klein used in his content piece, of Hassan saying Nasrallah is brilliant, and through this I feel like it's an Orientalist perspective to say this is him supporting terrorists. It's not. It's him first of all reacting to Nasrallah being kind of based, because he was being kind of, in that clip at least, he was being kind of based. From what I saw, he was saying that the Arabs make up the lie that Jews control thing, and that it's actually Christian Zionism, the military industrial complex, and oil that is why America supports Israel, not because Jews control America, and that the Arab Saudi Arabia, countries like Saudi Arabia, are saying this to justify their ties with America. And it's just true that Nasrallah was very well spoken, a very well spoken and thing. And for the terrorist propaganda thing, do you think it's terrorist propaganda when Sky News broadcasted UK broadcasters Nasrallah's last speech? Because like through your example, you would say and it was unfettered. I remember this was live after the pager cap. Sky News UK just put Nasrallah's speech. I think they played the whole thing. I remember watching it. So is that terrorist propaganda? Like, when is, like, for example, for like watching the Houthi video, when the Houthis weren't even on the terrorist list, they were only on it for 1 month, and that video was made in 2017, and you said that Twitch should go by American standard. That video wouldn't be counted as a terrorist propaganda video, because when the Houthis made that,
I'm not even going to. Sorry, wait. Well, let's just talk about Hezbollah. I'm not even going to entertain that technicality, because I think you know how silly it is. Okay.
You said they should go about American standards, but okay. Yeah.
Well, why were they put back on the terror list? It's for the actions that Hassan was celebrating. It's so obvious. Anyway, if we're talking about Hezbollah, the problem with Hassan isn't that he said Nasrallah was brilliant. The problem is that he clearly supports them. And he'll say that he has no issue with them to someone who asks, and he'll also propagandize on their behalf. When that guy asked Hassan, why is Lebanon involved in the war? Why is Israel bombing Lebanon? Hassan's answer was, they were just kind of there. Bro, that's doing propaganda for Hezbollah. I'm sorry.
I agree. They're the only country that's not colonized by America, not under American interests. Like,
they're colonized by Iran, eh?
No, it's like what the people want. This is
well, it's
what
the people in the south want. Wait, do you think the Lebanese majority would vote for war with Israel? No, of course not.
I
Anyway,
know that
like,
after October 7th, like in November, Hezbollah was like, I think the most popular group in Lebanon.
no, they were
Like
not. What are
30%.
you talking about? Like maybe amongst
Well,
Shiites they
from
were,
what-
not amongst Christians and
No,
Sunnis, and they're
I'm
like
saying
most of the
overall
population.
population. In overall population, I remember it's like 30% support from the Sunnis, 30% support from the Christians, and 93% support from thing. So overall, if you calculate that based on their population, it would be like 50% of the population supported Hezbollah. So and with a country that's like that, it was a Washington interview post. It was post October 7th. 50% supported Hezbollah and the thing, so I think that would make them the most popular group in Lebanon after October 7th. I don't know about now, but it was after October 7th. Wouldn't that make them the most 50% support from the overall population? 30% from the Christians, 30% from the
Wait,
Sunnis.
where are you getting
90
this? Where are you getting this poll from? That's very different from what I've
Washington
read.
Institute.
Hang on, where is it though? I'm looking at it for it right now. Let's see.
Hezbollah support. I think it was Washington Institute.
Is this isn't the same one that was used in Foreign Affairs, is it? Because those numbers were a little bit better than usual for the Christians and Sunnis, but not massively.
It's, wait, let me find it.
Also, Christians and Sunnis saying nice things about Hezbollah doesn't mean that they support them as a party as
Yeah,
well, and
yeah,
as a movement.
In the shadow of the Hezbollah Israel execution, polls show slim majority of Lebanese still want focus on domestic rules over foreign wars. But if you look, it says that.
Wait,
but if
wait, can you
look,
post me that?
yeah,
Can you? Yeah, because I think you just said the
yeah,
sentence.
I'll show you that. So it was like 30%. Yeah, it was here, Washington Institute,
I'm looking at one here
and they've used.
from them.
And their views, and their popularity greatly increased after October 7th.
Yeah, they
so,
increased from
so
like
it should-
single digits to just over double digits for the Christians. It's not like a massive increase.
yeah.
I'm just saying most of Lebanon did not want this war. That's obvious, isn't it?
Yeah, but but wouldn't they be considered the most popular party at this time, at least by their support? Maybe they didn't want the war, but like it was 93% from thing. It was 34% from Sunnis
I'm trying to find
and
this.
29% from Christians. I sent it to you on in DMs.
Yeah, but there's the Foreign
So-
Affairs poll that has it as well. Where is it? Let's see.
So that would I don't know any other party in Lebanon that has 50% support. I don't know
You'll
how
find it.
Lebanese. I don't know any other parties. So, it's what the people on the ground want. Iran is doing what the people on the Arab people want. Well, kind of what like the
In contrast to
Arab
the
people
majority
desire.
perception, Lebanese are split as to whether there will have to be eventual political negotiations for a Palestine-Israeli agreement as opposed to a military solution. Which part of this am I looking for?
Go down, and it says attitudes towards Hamas, Hezbollah, and thing, and it shows
Okay.
Lebanese views of Hezbollah 2020 versus 2023.
Popularity is
greatly
divided among
increased.
sectarian lines. 34% of Sunnis and somewhat positive view. Yeah, this is not an intention for like support of the war. I don't.
Yeah, not supported war. I'm just saying Hezbollah was a pretty popular group. It was. I'm pretty sure by this poll that 50% of the overall population had a positive view. Does any other party in Lebanon have 50%? I don't know. Obviously, it's changed right now. But did any other party in Lebanon have 50%?
It is. Well, why do
positive
you think Hezbollah kept on pushing the presidency down the line when they still had influence? It's because they couldn't get their own guy in. They were struggling to get their own guy in. That's why they said no one can get the presidency.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, and through bringing up like the serious stuff, I've
And it
never
also,
seen
it's still,
how
even
many-
in this link that you gave me, it still seems like a majority agreed that the country should stay out of foreign war.
Yeah, stay out of war. Yeah.
And obviously that would have
Yeah,
gone up
so they
given
didn't want a
Hezbollah's
full-on war.
performance.
They didn't want a full-on war, but they probably I'm pretty sure I haven't seen a poll, but I'm pretty sure if we go to Yemen, I'm pretty sure a majority of Yemenis would support the actions in things. So that's what I'm saying, that Iran somewhat supports like what's popular on the ground in these countries. But I know the majority of Yemenis would support the Houthis' actions in the Red Sea. But yeah, obviously a lot of Lebanese did not want full-out war, not because like they like Israel, obviously, because
No, and
some
that's why if you look at
some
the makeup of the government now, it's like an anti-Hezbollah president and a prime minister who's not like particularly keen on them either. So
Yeah. And like him bringing up the serious stuff, this is sorry, I was just saying him bringing up the serious stuff. I've never seen Hassan make an excuse for serious. He's called Hassan a butcher. And like when he said he don't have issue with them, you can't take one context. This is what I think. You can't take one thing when he was tired in the morning. I hate arguing for him because it sounds so parasocial and it sounds so weird. But I think
no,
that you
I
can't take
completely agree with what you're saying. Generally, the problem is that I just
he's had a
these-
problem with the actions in Syria. He said Hezbollah's action in Syria was barbaric. I remember he used the term barbaric. And
Yeah, but it's just
he's
that. But you also understand. But this is the problem with like you've got a normie guy saying like, "Oh, what do you think about them? I don't have an issue with them." Even their actions against Israel were inexcusable as anyway. But him saying, "I don't have an issue with them," let's just say,
I don't know about
when you're talking to
Israel.
a normie, it's like, I'm sorry, the fact like. Given that you can say that Gallant was a moderating voice in the Israeli government, which he
He didn't
was.
say he said good guy. He
Well,
said good
Ela
guy.
said good
It's not
guy. Ethan
moderating.
said moderating
Yeah,
voice.
It's not that. Well, I don't care about
Which I said as
moderating voice.
well.
That's not what got. That's not what people got angry over. It was a majority over good guy, which
Yeah, which they also
thing.
ascribed
That's what
to Ethan as well. But again, it's like even in the context, like at the time when he was saying "end the war," that kind of is a good thing to do, isn't it? Like,
Well, no, he's not a good guy though. Maybe that's a good.
but you
good
see how now
action.
you're trying to nail
He's
people to the
horrible.
wall for one statement that they make offhand.
Yeah. But
With the
no,
big
Hassan
difference as well is
didn't
that
say
Eli
Nasr-
completely
didn't-
withdrew
Hassan
that
didn't
as
s-
well. Like, yeah.
Hassan didn't say Hezbollah are a good group, or like Hezbollah or Nasrallah is a good guy. He just said
No, he just said he doesn't have an
Nasrallah
issue
is
with them and that
rightfully smart.
he just did propaganda for them. Yeah, by saying that Lebanon
Regarding
was
their
just kind of
actions to
there.
Israel.
Well, he just said Lebanon was
Yeah,
just kind of
regard-
there when they got bombed, which isn't true either. Like,
Yeah. But
also that
well,
whole video about
I feel bad for Ethan because like this is I feel like he's just gonna go down the hole because like if you like just see his views, it's like 400K now, 500K. Used to like going back a year before leftovers, he was getting averaging 1.5 million. So I just feel like
do you
he's
think
just
everyone
gonna.
cares about view counts though? Is that like
I'm
the
just
first
I'm
goal?
just saying well, I just think it's not on view count. I think that's a big part why he's continued to talk about Hassan is that like he's gonna just continue crashing out because of how his view count getting lower and lower. That's what I said. I think I don't see it and happy goal because by now it should have ended. Like this conflict should Ethan's posting pictures of Hassan in like fucking in the bathtub when there's like he's saying that it was like somebody else took it like just saying saying his merch is not union made when it literally has a tag saying union made. It's like getting to an obsessive point. Like and anybody can see this making like 10,000 Instagram stories of one person each day going into the personal life saying leaking that they have a girlfriend like what like it's just not it's not healthy lying about like their merch saying that their merch is made in China when Hassan's merch is literally has a Teamsters union thing. So that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying the crash out's gonna keep
You're describing the
continuing.
way Hassan talks about Ethan and Destiny, though. It's like, yeah, the fact is, okay, and I'll say this as a voice that isn't really like particularly tight with any of them. Like these guys are all obsessed with each other. They all make content out of each other. They know their audience like seeing
Well,
them make content about each other.
I've seen,
That's what they
I've
do.
seen who's attacking. Hassan doesn't want to talk about Ethan. He's just attacking, lying about the brothel, saying the brothel was like.
I'm sorry.
thing,
If
like,
you don't
just-
want to talk about him, don't talk about him. That's it. Like you can just let him scream into the void. That would actually be more
Or you
strategic
can't
for
have
you.
somebody like slander you. You can't have somebody imply like you're a sex criminal and like imply that and like consistently slander you to 500,000 people to his whole podcast with his big audience over and over. It gets to a point where you have to combat it a little bit. Like you can't have like you can't let yourself get slandered like that completely.
How
and
many
it- and it-
has
and it has
has
gone-
Philosophy Tube ever actually addressed the accusations made against her regarding ContraPoints?
Who?
Has Philosophy Tube
Gosh.
ever addressed the allegations against her regarding ContraPoints, like the skinwalking allegations?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, it's just like if you don't want to
It's
talk
like,
about
when-
something, you're not going to talk about something.
Okay.
The thing that you're doing
Okay.
is the thing that you want to do. Like It's
Okay.
simple as. And
Yeah.
all three of these people, it's Ethan, Hassan, Destiny.
Okay, why is he laughing about the? Why is he lying about the brothel now? So there's a clip about 2021 where they talk together. It's like this Twitter clip where he said he acknowledged that the brothel wasn't convicted of human trafficking. The only arrests were made for tax evasion, and it sued back the German government. He literally said that on his clip, and now 2 years later he's saying that it's getting arrested for sex trafficking. So now he's like slandering a person, and that's like a horrific slander to do.
Yeah, I
when
know.
he
Hassan
knowingly does it.
Hassan slandered me before breakfast, probably. Like, I don't know, I don't know what you want to say. It's like, yeah,
Well,
that's what
there's a
people jump to
difference.
conclusions, people make rushes and things like that. Yeah, it's stupid. I don't like any of it. But
He's
that's
doing
like,
it on purpose, though. He's like, there's a clip from him 2 years ago acknowledging it was only for tax evasion.
really? You
So
don't think so? You don't
he's
think Hassan
literally-
lies about people on purpose? They all do it. It's like, or they rush, or
Well,
they like
not to the
forget things,
extent
or they
where
rush to
it's
things
about
because they
something
want to believe
like-
it. Like, the problem is that when people are fighting, you get this thing where people, these drama frogs and shit, they want to believe the worst thing about the person who's like wronging them or whatever, and it's just
So
an
you meant that
escalation that
Ethan
goes
has
back and
been-
forth.
Ethan has been wrong. Ethan has
Yeah,
been
of course.
wrong at
I've
points?
never said Ethan hasn't been wrong about things at point. Yeah, of course I have. Yeah,
About Hassan especially.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's good, I guess. Do you think it's gone to a little bit obsessive, like posting like him, like there's a picture of Hassan in like his bathtub with like a thing saying that he got his girlfriend to take it from him when I don't know why I'm talking about this. It sounds so cringe when there's literally
Yeah.
like a table there. Like, why would you like talk and leaking that he has a girlfriend? Like, why? Like, that's like I had never seen Hassan go into like Ethan's personal drama that and leak it. So
Yeah, why did
that's what I'm
Hassan? Why
saying,
did
that-
Hassan signal boost Ban and Panado lying about my personal fucking relationship? Like, I know he did the whole like, oh, I don't know about all that after signal boosting it. It's
he
like,
pushed
come on.
people. No, he said I don't know if that's true about the cucking.
After
thing, or,
you've
like,
just
the-
after you've just signal boosted it, it's like to a
Well,
chat
he
that
got a-
clearly
he-
eats it the fuck up. It's yeah. People, sorry,
He said
if you don't think
did
he,
push back,
that's not
he did,
pushing
he's
back.
not saying it though, and he did.
Okay.
He said that Bad Empanada. He actually said it yesterday. He said Bad Empanada is not like is not reliable when it comes to like drama, and like he's a little bit crazy. And like when it comes to Loner Box, he's I think he actually mentioned your name. He said that.
I want to
Yeah,
see that.
well, I was
That's
watching
very
it.
cute.
I was watching his stream, and yeah, I saw a clip of Hila saying, "I'm excited he mentioned my name." Like, what the? Like, this is like gone into a point where like it's gone into like a crazy point. I think a lot of it's just jealousy that like his attacks against Hassan hasn't worked. He's only becoming more popular, and he's becoming even more mainstream. Like the content nuke like flopped. So like he's interviewing AOC and Bernie in person, while he's like stuck at like 500k viewers. So that's why I think that's his motivation now. Is that he's like a narcissist who got angry that his own audience initially didn't like his takes about Israel because it was coming across that he was defending Israel.
I don't know if like
and now and so,
okay.
so-
I'm trying to think
so
like
it's a
where do
lot
I
of jealousy,
where do I want to
see.
address this? It's like how many times does Hassan
It's still-
attack Ethan for going after smaller creators, but then he'll happily platform every fucking batshit retarded allegation against someone
I
like
don't
me,
think-
right? How often does that happen? How often does it happen where like
I saw him only once, like compare about going off the smaller crate. I haven't seen a lot.
he
and
does
I've
it?
been
He's done it with
watching
Frogan. He actually did it with the deep platform. Yes, it was a go-to for quite a while with Ethan going after people like Frogan or even the deep program podcasts. He said that they were smaller creators. The problem is that like you've taken a side, and that's the problem. It's like you're just not gonna see it. It's I don't know what else to say.
Okay.
I don't even feel bad that I don't have a catalog of all the insane like narcissistic and double standard shit that Hassan does as well. Do you think it's a bit
Yeah.
compared to okay, people have a go at Ethan for bringing me on, okay, to talk about the war. I'm still yet to see anyone debunk a single thing I said in that appearance, but they have a problem with it anyway.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Hassan platforms fucking Bad Empanada, okay, knowing full well that he's a liar, knowing full well that this is basically just him asking for his audience to
I don't know
get
that he
pushed down a
knows full
fucking
well that he's-
maximalist Hamas supporting tunnel, and he'll do it anyway. But because he's too stupid to defend himself, he needs someone else to hold his hand through all the people who criticize him. Sorry, where's the equivalency here?
No, he's not too stupid. I
Imagine
just
if
think he's not
Ethan just started
political.
like habitually watching Destiny videos and being like, "Look at this thing that Destiny
No,
did
no,
to take it
I
out."
think
Come on.
the only reason he doesn't do that is because his audience doesn't like Destiny. Hassan's audience likes Bad Empanada. His audience doesn't like Destiny. He would lose even more followers. So that's literally done. He tried to watch a Destiny video and his chat was spamming tomatoes and his crew was saying his crew was going against it. So he would have watched it. It's the only fact he hasn't watched a Destiny video before the fact.
Well, I don't know. I think
he's a
Ethan
sex
generally
criminal.
seems like
Do-
fairly capable at addressing his own critics, even if he's maybe like I don't know if he's watched people and taken arguments from there, but generally he's kind of just doing his own thing.
No,
Like,
he
he's
definitely
made,
has. He
but again,
definitely has.
again, he's made mistakes that I disagree with. I know that he said things that even Destiny disagrees with, so because I've seen those in the past as well. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is
Yeah.
just not a good equivalence. Like, it's not a good equivalent at all. Like, what Hassan does is just it's so much more irresponsible and egregious and fucking like, yeah, it's not comparable to me. And not to
I
mention
don't know
the
if it's
political
more
advocacy is just
egregious,
like
but yeah.
night and day. But you know,
Who? Political how is it night and day? Well, Hassan advocates for is a good thing, anti-military aid for
no, it's
Israel.
not. No, it's not. Hassan, the
Yes,
logical
socialized medicine.
conclusion of what Hassan wants is that Israel is destroyed. That's what he wants.
No, what he wants from America. Yes, that's a good thing. An ethno state being destroyed, I view as a good. Do you think that's a bad thing necessarily? Wanting a
Okay,
genocidal.
Can we just
fucking
okay?
apartheid
Can you
state
talk
destroyed?
about it? Can you talk about it without the loaded language so you can tell me what you're actually talking about? What happens
No, it's
when Israel
true.
gets
This
okay? How does Israel get destroyed?
gets destroyed when America withdraws funding, when America withdraws its sanctions from Iran.
But I thought you didn't want
When-
Jewish civilians to get hurt. If Israel's guard is down, then who's going to be the ones to
Well,
destroy the country?
some-
It's going to be Hamas. It's going to be Hezbollah. It's going to be the PIJ and Hamas and Al-Aqsa martyr cells in the
Okay,
West
wait,
Bank.
wait.
It's going to be the Houthis. It's going to be. You
I
think
don't know-
Israel's
I
going to be
don't
safe?
know-
Like,
yeah.
come on.
I think I don't know if he I think he wants it over a long term, but I know right now he just wants military aid for Israel, which I view as a positive. He wants socialized medicine, and yeah, his domestic policy is all positive. His domestic policy of higher taxes on. I need to get more read the Communist Manifesto obviously, but his domestic policy I see nothing wrong with, and his foreign policies and he's pro-Ukraine. I've seen
No, he's not.
like,
He supported the
people
annexation of
saying-
Crimea. That's what no one. That's why
Well,
he won't.
no,
That's why he'll never talk
I've
to a
seen him
Ukrainian
shitting
about
on
it.
Trump. I've seen him shitting on Trump. Like,
Wow.
if he was pro-Russia, if he was pro-Russia, he would be agreeing with Trump's take on Russia and Ukraine, which he hasn't
Wait,
been.
I'm sorry.
has been-
Wait, do
he
you
has
think?
been-
Wait, so do you think you have to support Netanyahu to get called pro-Israel? No, of course you don't. He supported the
doesn't
annexation of
support Trump.
Crimea, bro. Come on. It's like one of the
He
most
didn't
inexcusable
support- he
acts
said
of the last
it's-
fucking
he's-
25 years. He said it was justified.
He said-
Fuck me.
He said it was in some ways justifiable. He didn't say that he supported it happening, and he said it was different from like people
Yeah.
comparing Crimea to the invasion of Ukraine.
Crimea
One's
River.
different. That's just
Bro.
that's such a joke. He was like-
Historical
he was
connection
comparing-
again, bro. Like Hassan thinks I support fucking sniping kids in the head. Okay, I'm sorry. You don't get
Okay.
to actually say it's justified and then say you don't support it. He supported it. He thought it was a good idea.
Well, can some things be like just like a little bit justifiable and like not and like he was going against people in chat saying like the annexation of Crimea was like the invasion of Ukraine, like people comparing those two. One's obviously more egregious than the other, the invasion of Ukraine. But in terms of his takes on Russia,
It's like saying the
I think
annexation of the
he's-
fucking Sudetenland is like is more justified or less bad than invading all of Poland. But I'm just like,
Well, it is.
I'm
yeah, it
sorry.
is.
It's
Well, yeah,
there's
it
still
is.
you don't say one is okay though.
Yeah, I'm fairly sure he's in support of aiding Ukraine. He's been shitting on Trump. He's been in support aiding Ukraine. He said that Ukraine's demands are justifiable of security assurance. He just rightly points out that the U.S. and we see now the U.S. has no interest in Ukrainian emancipation. They're just doing this for their own reasons. And we see right now with Trump betraying Ukraine for minerals, and I haven't read up on it, but we see now that he was complete right, and he said that Ukraine should negotiate when they had the highest leverage, which they should have. Now
Yeah.
they're
So
in a
again, that's
completely
again,
shit
you're doing things
position.
like he's like, do you wait? Sorry, we can go through this if you want. I don't know if you saw like my video on this, but do you agree that Hassan does Kremlin talking points? Like he repeats Kremlin originated propaganda about Russia, Ukraine.
I don't know. I don't know. He hasn't said like Ukrainians full of Nazis. He said the Nazification stuff. He's made it quite is like completely ridiculous.
When he
that
said that
they
the
invade-
bombing of the Kerch Bridge was like akin to a terror attack,
He said it was a war crime. I remember
which it's
that,
not.
like, yeah,
It's not even slightly a war crime. What are you talking about?
I
It's
mean,
like one of the
I'd
least.
need-
It's like one of the
need
least
to
war
read
crime
up on it.
actions you could possibly think of. It was being used to move military assets across the country to invade Ukraine.
Yeah.
The military
Well,
advantage to
maybe
that
if
was
the
fucking
bridge was
far
used for,
excessive
like,
to the
civilian-
collateral.
Yeah. Maybe like yeah. He's like he's
When he
gone
suggested
against, I
that there
don't know, I
were
need to read through-
when he suggested that there were when he parroted that story from Sergei Lavrov about fucking snipers in the Maidan Revolution by Ukrainian Nazis or right wingers. Remember that one?
Yeah, no, I haven't seen it.
Which
I
is
need to
directly
research more
from-
if that's true.
Directly from the Russian
need
foreign
to read-
minister. That claim.
I
That's
don't
where
know
that
if the
originates.
Euromaidan was a 100% organic movement. I'll need to
See what you that's
research-
just that's like
research.
a pro-Russia talking point though. That's like there's no evidence for that.
It
When he
might
said
be if
that
it's
Boris
just the
Johnson
truth.
sabotaged the peace talks, that's bullshit as
Well,
well.
he did, well, like Ukraine should have negotiated at that point. Do you
With
agree that
who?
it
Who was
would be
Russia
better for
delegating? Who
Ukraine-
was Russia delegating to negotiate at that time before Bucha?
It wasn't there a deal that like Ukraine would back in April 2020. There was a pretty good deal.
Was there?
Need to
I
when
don't
they
know,
had
tell
the
me about it.
highest. When they had the highest leverage. Now, do you agree that the negotiation position now is horrible compared to what 2020 in
Wait,
the 2020 position in what they had that compared to their position in the 2020
Which
early
deal were
2022?
which good deal was Ukraine supposed to accept in you're talking 2022. This is the one that was from
April.
Turkey, the 15-point. Which good deal was this? Why was this good? Why should they what mechanism was in
I
place to
remember
enforce
there was
this?
one where Russia would withdraw and that Ukraine would promise that they would not join any like security assurance. Russia would withdraw from all positions from the occupied positions. I remember reading about this. I was not into politics at that time, but Wikipedia. I remember reading about it on Wikipedia. I think that's the one that Boris Johnson, April.
And when you say Boris Johnson tanked it, you're suggesting that Zelensky was
I don't know
up
if
for
he
it, that
tanked
the
it,
Ukrainians
but
were up for it?
Boris Johnson just like said that they should not negotiate, and that was like that turned out to be a horrible position.
And when did he
So
when
at
did he
that
say
time
that though? When did he
after the butcher? Yeah, I think.
and Ukraine basically agreed with it. Sorry, like I'm just wondering which Russian officials were ready to commit to this deal though?
Sergei Lavrov said that the drafted and president to Russia contained thing.
I'm talking about from the
April
time. I'm talking
19.
about March, April. Yeah, like actually from the time because we don't want like retcon from
I
Sergei
heard
Lavrov, right?
that there was I heard that there was a high chance of like a prospect of a deal where Russia, Roman Abramovich visited Kiev in order. Thing. I'm just saying. I think if they negotiate, so do you not think if they negotiated back in April 2020 that the outcomes and like made like a deal, even though that deal would have probably been on Russia's term, no matter like what, do you think they would have gotten a better deal then than they would have now?
Ukraine was negotiating. They were making stances, and Russia was knocking them all back. And they didn't even none of their highest leaders actually committed to any of this. And like I think Ukraine's preparations were they were willing to renounce NATO. That was very early on. They were willing to recognize Russia as the official second language. They weren't prepared to recognize Russia's occupation of Crimea or Donetsk and
Okay.
Luhansk. Donetsk and Luhansk as well. That's what
Okay.
Ukraine didn't want to do.
I'm saying if
But-
there was a deal where Russia withdrew from everywhere except Crimea and Ukraine promised to not join NATO, they should have taken that deal.
Yeah, but it's a
If-
good thing.
if-
That's a
if-
shame that
if-
deal never existed. Like,
Okay. I thought something like that. I thought I read something like that.
I mean, I can find you some
Previously,
articles going over the timeline of these talks, but these talks were basically like they were all it was like low-level delegates that the Russians were sending, and then every time Ukraine would like agree to something, then Russia would put on another demand, or they would say that actually the military operation is going really well. Like Putin never said anything like, "Oh yeah, we're ready to accept peace on these terms or these terms." These were all people who had no power to implement anything. It was a ruse, and it was also I think Russia said something about how we're prepared to pull back from Kyiv, but they only said it after their convoy had the shit bombed out of it, and they had to pull back anyway. It's like. yeah, this was not a sincere anything from Russia. They were just trying to
Yeah.
excuse their losses and carry on. And obviously, Bucha just kind of resulted in them realizing that Russians were just not negotiating in good faith at all. So
Was to keep was was not to rely on so you're saying that there was no peace deal and like anywhere near those terms during like offered it like that could have been achieved in April 2020.
no, I think
April 2022.
no, I think if you look at actually which terms were offered versus which Russian delegates were behind them and what the actual officials like Lavrov and Putin were saying in contrast to it, yeah, there was no sincere offer. No.
Okay.
And again, that's
Yeah,
just
but
like
still,
saying
what
that
Boris
whole.
Johnson said was stupid.
No, it wasn't.
Like, what
It was
Boris is
absolutely
saying that
correct. Like he was correct. He was saying these guys are not appeasable. Like they're not asking for. They're not trying to get a sincere effort
What's
for
going to
peace.
happen with Ukraine now? What's going to happen with Ukraine now under the Trump administration and with the lack of manpower?
You can't
and,
just
like,
say that just
the
because things are going worse now, then they should have accepted something that was going to leave them in a worse position earlier. You can't say that. You can't say like just because they're doing like Russia's potentially doing better now than they were in 2022 or whatever, that means that Ukraine should have accepted a ceasefire that the Russian officials didn't actually even commit to. I don't know what you're saying there.
Okay. And so, okay, well, yeah, well, I need to read more on that. Or you're probably true. I thought I saw it somewhere that there was a high prospects of a deal coming there. That the Russian side was waiting for so he said according to main report the Russian side was they were ready for a meeting between Zelensky and Putin, which should, in my opinion, should have happened. They should have been. There needs to be there needs to be talks, and like right now after 2 years, and then Boris Johnson came in and said that there's no negotiating with Putin, which I view that as in hindsight now I view that as a very a dumb decision that Boris Johnson said that Zelensky and Putin can't talk, which I think is the only way they could have ended the literally the only way they can end the war, because I am
And
not
this
seeing
was
Ukraine
Boris
pushing
said
back.
this before or after Lavrov decided. Lavrov publicly stated that Ukraine's draft was unacceptable. Did Boris say this before or after?
He said on a surprise visit to Ukraine on April 9th.
Mm-hmm.
Boris Johnson said Putin is a war criminal. He should be pressured, not negotiated with, and the collective West is not willing to make a deal with Putin.
Yep. And
So
he
I
said this
view-
before,
I
and
view
Boris
that-
said this before or after Lavrov said that Ukraine's draft terms were unacceptable.
Um,
It's like
I
2 days
think-
after.
I
It's
think
like 2 days
after.
after. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah, after the Bucha. No, wait, no. Yeah, and after the Bucha massacre as well.
it's like, you know, when
Yeah.
people compare Putin to Hitler, like I know people comparing things to Hitler is kind of childish, but as far as what's close, I don't think you get that much
he's
closer.
close.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
he's
don't
close.
appease
He-
someone like that. You don't appease because how
Yeah.
many negotiations have Ukraine had with Russia, whether it was with Minsk or even Budapest? Both sides agreed to a border and that they'd respect it. It's like you don't know,
Yeah.
you don't negotiate with someone like this. This is someone who is literally just trying to use any opportunity they can to grab whichever leftovers of the Soviet Union they can get back. Because, and Putin will say this. He says the fall of the Soviet
He's
Union
not
was
a
the biggest.
communist in any way. Well, yeah, he's not.
No,
yeah,
but
it's surprising he
communism
says.
to a lot of people was not. Soviet Union wasn't about communism to a lot of people. It was about Russian national chauvinism. like,
Russian
yeah.
glory. Yeah. Yeah, I'd have to read. I probably do agree with you. Yeah, obviously I'm no fan of Putin. He's Russia's like a hyper capitalistic oligarchy, like run by a full oligarch, which Putin is himself. And I'm pretty sure the West did prop him up after the collapse of the Soviet Union. They propped people like him up, if I'm not mistaken. Not that I'm blaming his rise to power fully on the West.
Well, that's because Russia
yeah,
in like the 2010s had amicable relations with the United States. They had common interests, and then it was around after 2011 when Putin was caught with his fraudulent election results and internal dissent that he suddenly started pivoting his opinions on the United States and decided that they were the
okay.
big enemy
So,
and all.
so
It's just
you're
a
saying
classic
even if
sort of
Putin was
find a
like,
foreign enemy,
even
you
if
know?
Putin was willing to like, even if Putin was willing to, was willing to, and had like severe intention, like had intentions, should Ukraine have not negotiated it because like Putin could break in the future? Should Ukraine have not like tried to negotiate a deal in terms of like what of what like that what the terms I stated previously
There's
of
kind of
like
like a
them
there's like a circular reasoning almost, because it's like when if Putin was a sincere negotiator, he wouldn't have invaded Ukraine. Like he's already declared by doing that and by annexing Crimea that he's not going to behave like someone who can be seriously negotiated. He's already crossed lines that Russia like promised to not cross.
Well, like if he invaded Ukraine in like terms of not getting them to not join NATO, and he said, "We'll stop the war as long as you don't join NATO and like you don't join the EU and thing like that," and we'll keep Crimea. Do you think Ukraine should have not like come to talks with him? Do you
Yeah,
think it would have been completely?
Zelensky rolled out NATO like very like almost in the first few weeks of the war.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
He said he was ready to
Okay.
quit
Then,
NATO. When was it? Like, was it the same month?
okay.
Yeah.
Then that makes no sense. Then why he wouldn't stop? Yeah, that would make no sense. I thought I read it somewhere on this wiki of like Russian negotiations. I thought I read it. Maybe I can find it again. But you were saying it's yeah, I wouldn't trust Lavrov and Putin. I thought there might have been like a sincere deal like that. But yeah.
It's West washing. People do it with Hamas and
But I
Hezbollah as
still-
well.
I
It's like
still-
people
I
try
still-
people
I
project
still-
their own preferences onto these leaders, even though
I
you just
still
need to
want
listen to the
Boris
leaders
Johnson
themselves
said-
to see what is different.
I
Yeah.
still view as what Boris Johnson said as like stupid. I still view that they right as we see right now. There needs to be like some sort of negotiations between the two parties. I don't believe like this thing can end out well at all for Ukraine with them fighting and with them just fighting to the last man.
Yeah, and if Putin was willing to, and if Putin was a completely different person with a completely different ideology and he had with completely different actions, you'd be right. But none of that's true.
Even with his like ideology, I think they should like they should have like at least engaged in like talks. But yeah, I don't know.
It's the same thing again, though. It's like saying, I will say it. It's like saying that Churchill was wrong for saying that they shouldn't do the Munich agreement. Like it's just no. They were when you see someone who will take an inch and then take a mile, if you give them an inch, like yeah, that's what Putin is. That's what Russia is. So
yeah. I don't know much about Russia. Obviously, I'm not a fan of NATO anyway. Like, what have they done over the world? Like, helping like defeat suppressing communism, like funding like far right fascist groups all over the world. And I don't view their presence as overall good even now. But yeah, that does not mean I'm pro NATO, and I think Hassan feels that way because like NATO has his own countries a NATO country and and NATO has been involved in this country propping up far right regimes.
NATO has.
Yes, in Turkey. Yes.
I thought you were meaning
Can
Ukraine.
watch. No, and you can watch a video on this by basically Marks like they propped up like the Turkish nationalists, like ultra nationalists, and they've done this all throughout the world because the best people at like suppressing communism is always like the far right fascists, and that's what America did after World War II.
Where do you get most of your education from?
Videos. So I watch some of the. I know this might make it a bit bad. I'm not very educated on the history of the Second Thought. I watch his well not in Israel but like Second Thought. What else? Space D Marks is a good source. Hassan and and Hakeem from time to time, like his historical his historical videos. Like I watched one on North Korea, and so yeah, those those are the ones I watch. But yeah,
Are these creators like if you're learning about a topic, are they the first exposure that you get to them? So say if you want to learn about Molotov-Ribbentrop, is the first person you go to like Hakeem in his video, or do you know
oh, I
about it
watched
before that?
Hassan watching a video about Molotov. I haven't looked into the thing, but I think the narrative that like I do think that I think the narrative that like the horseshoe theory that they give off the Molotov-Ribbentrop thing is some of the most stupid stuff I've heard. Like the horseshoe theory that like the Nazis
Which
and the
historian pushes says it's because of horseshoe theory?
well, like some liberals do, and like I think I heard the explanation. I think it's reasonable why Stalin would do the Molotov-Ribbentrop because they were not prepared for war with Nazi Germany at all. So I think it's reasonable in that time because remember that Russia was coming off many famines, a civil war.
Yep.
They just started the 5-year plan, so I think it's reasonable
Stalin had
that
murdered
they,
all of his top military guys in the purges.
yeah, purged,
That's a little bit
yeah.
self-inflicted, but okay.
Yeah, I'm saying that they were not ready, so I see why like this. So I need to read more. I'm sorry I'm not educated. This would be a much better conversation if I was mostly a maths guy, but like I'm not really. I got into politics recently with the Israel Palestine stuff, but through Hassan, but yeah, I'm seeing him on Piers Morgan, but I think it's reasonable why that he would want to negotiate a pact because he after like all the hardships his country was coming off of civil war, famine after famine, and yeah, they were not ready and coming from like a serf society and just recently industrializing and like thing, and yeah, they were obviously not ready to like.
So they did it just to prepare for a Nazi invasion.
I think that was one of the I haven't read more. I remember Hassan like watching a video on it, saying like the fact that like what liberals get from it is false. I think that was one of the thing, but you can educate me. You can educate me.
Well, I'm just
I don't
wondering,
think,
it's like
stuff.
if it was anything to do with like self-preservation or trying to build up your military to prepare for Nazis coming in, why did
And
they
them
go
invading
for?
Poland, it was no problem because I think they should have invaded Poland. What did they leave the second half up to Hitler?
No,
Like, what, like,
why
did
if
they
it was
leave-
if it was to prepare for an attack, why did they try to invade Finland in between the periods?
Finland is not a strong country.
It clearly was. The Soviets got fucking completely
Yeah, they
humiliated in
struggled.
Finland.
Yeah. They struggled.
And
due
that was
to
basically their
incompetence.
advertisement to the Nazis to show them how fucking easy it would have been to
Yeah,
overrun them.
well, they thought it was not a strong country. They thought they would get Finland as a thing. I don't know the decision into invading Finland, but the fact like some liberals say them invading Poland was like a bad action. No, what they should have let the second half of Poland, the eastern half, go to Nazi Germany. No,
Well, I mean,
it was complete.
I feel like there's a certain dude who had a better idea, which was to go to war with the Nazis, which is what
They
like
were,
France
yeah, but
and
I'm saying that's
Churchill,
why they
like-
weren't ready. Do you think they would?
No
have
one
been
was
ready?
ready. No one was ready. The Nazis weren't ready either. They especially were not ready for a war on two fronts. That's why they sought out the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact.
Yeah, but do you
Nazi
think
Germany
Russia
was
ready?
very
It's like
apprehensive about going
with,
into
like,
Poland. Like if again, no one can guarantee what would have happened, but to say that this is
do you
like a
think- Yeah, but Russia was like compared to the rest of Europe, they were far behind until Stalin did like his 5-year plan, industrialized the country. They were not ready for a full-on war with
Do you think
with the Nazis.
do you think the Germans were ready for a war on two fronts in 1939 against Britain, France, and the entire Soviet Union? Like, we don't know, right? But the fact is that wasn't the like to think that was the purpose. That the purpose was just because they were nervous, they're scared of a Nazi invasion, and they want to be ready for it. Why did they spend all of? Why did they spend all of 19? Why did Stalin spend all of 1941 increasing exports of raw materials to the Nazis? They increased their exports of like steel, iron, manganese, oil, like, all this kind of shit. Like, why did they do that if they were worried about getting invaded? Why did they give them all the shit that they would need to invade them and increased?
Soviet trade with Nazi, I would find this astonishing. This is like crap.
Already under
Soviet
trade provisions
provision
agreed under
of raw
the
material
Nazi
and other helps.
Soviet Pact early the previous year, the Soviet Union was supplying nearly 3/4 of all of Germany's requirement of phosphates, over 2/3 of its imported asbestos, only a little less of its chrome ore, over half of its manganese, and 1/3 of its imported nickel, and even more crucially, more than 1/3 of its imported oil. And then Stalin stepped up these exports to the Nazis just before Barbarossa. So I don't know why you would do that if you're like worried about them invading you.
Yeah, this seems very unjustifiable unless like they had like some secret intention that like they wanted to do trade so like Hitler was less inclined to invade them. I don't, but I don't see that happening.
Or the joint military parade that they had, where they
Um,
literally like transferred territory in a joint parade
They
with
had a
both the
joint
flag.
military parade.
Yeah,
Damn.
Brest-Litovsk.
What the-
Like they
I
both
heard- I
they
heard
both
this
knew the
is-
pact wasn't going to
Oh,
last, but the problem
there's
is
a
that
Reddit socialism thread on it. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see what the socialists are saying to justify it. 81. According to Stalin's scholar Stephen Coughlin, he wanted Germany military technology, and in return would be fulfilling Hitler's entanglements with the West. To paraphrase historian Dennis Wedlin, had Stalin knew France would fall in 6 weeks, he would have never engaged in such miscalculations, turned the fascist capitalist nations against each other while providing Hitler with the resources in the background to continue a long campaign. Only it did not go as planned. So,
I guess the problem is that everyone in the if you ask any liberal or anyone about the Allies' actions with Munich or appeasement or anything like that, everyone will just say, "Yeah, it was bad. We hate Chamberlain. We like Churchill, not Chamberlain." You know, like appeasement bad, appeasement very bad.
yeah,
But with the Soviets and Molotov-Ribbentrop
Yeah.
Pact, which is like appeasement on steroids, right? It's like,
Yeah.
oh well,
Yeah.
actually, it was preparations and.
Did the UK do any trade with Nazi Germany on the Churchill?
Not from 39 onwards.
No.
I don't know how much they were, and also
Okay.
trades were, I think, fairly restricted before then. But like,
Yeah, I'm just saying for like the UK thing, it's different because the Soviets shared a border, so their threat of invasion was much higher. So I
Yeah,
can see
France and
why
Poland
they
shared
would,
a border
the
as well,
Soviets
yeah.
would. Yeah. I don't know much about. I don't know whether do you think Trotsky would have done any better if he was the leader? Do you think he would have? Are you a Trotsky fan at all? This is the last question because it's getting.
Couldn't tell you. I feel like if you're a materialist, you would probably assume something like leadership isn't really that important so much as the internal like errors and structures of the system that would have resulted in a Stalin-esque figure anyway. But I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
Okay. Well, this was a good talk. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I kept you for long.
That's okay.
Yeah. Have a good day.
Take care, buddy. Bye bye.
See ya.
Whoa. What is this? Oh. Is this new? Hang on. Where's my watch later list? What the fuck? Okay. Why do I... Why do I never know where to get to my watch later list? I'm a fucking YouTuber. What the fuck? Hila Klein made a nice Insta post on stream suggestions. What? Where? We'll do that later. Fuck. You guys sent me a lot today. It's in the sidebar. Where? I see home, shorts, subscriptions, YouTube music, you, me. Oh, got it. Why is I-24 talking to an ex-Houthi spokesperson? I didn't know they had this relationship. What's going on?
علي البخيتي
Jesus.
الناطق السابق للحوثيين في اليمن. السلام عليكم ومرحبا بك.
Wow.
اهلا وسهلا بكم.
السيد البخيتي، الآن نحن أكثر من أسبوع على العملية الأمريكية ضد الحوثيين في اليمن، هجمات يومية في عدة مناطق. كيف ترى هذه العملية؟
أنا لا أتوقع أي تأثير لهذه العمليات، لأن أهداف الحوثيين على الأغلب لا يتمكن لا الأمريكيين ولا الإسرائيليين من رصدها، إضافة إلى أنهم ليسوا دولة، ليس لديهم معسكرات واضحة.
Did you disagree with this point about the US and NATO propping up the extreme nationalists in Turkey? I don't know about that story, so just left it. Might be, might be the one time they're actually completely correct about something, but who knows?
ومخازن معروفة، هم مجموعة من الميليشيات يجمعون الصواريخ يطلقونها من مكان ما ثم يختبئون، وبالتالي مثل هذه العمليات باعتقادي لن تأتي أي أكل. بالنسبة لي الأفضل هو وجود تحالف الدولي. التحالف الدولي لا يهدف فقط لتأمين الملاحة الإسرائيلية وتأمين الملاحة الدولية في المضيق، إنما يهدف إلى تغيير الواقع داخل اليمن وبالذات داخل صنعاء وإسقاط سلطة الحوثيين. ما لم يوجد تحالف دولي ويتم التعامل مع الحوثيين كما تم التعامل مع داعش والقاعدة في العراق، باعتقادي أن هذه العمليات فقط ستزيد من مآسي الشعب
Oh
اليمني.
God, he's like a son of Hamas figure. He didn't like him. Oh no.
فهمت، بس هل توجد علاقة بين العملية ضد الحوثيين والتهديدات الإسرائيلية والأمريكية ضد إيران؟
بالتأكيد إيران هي مستفيدة جدا من ما يقوم به الحوثيين، مع أن حركة الحوثيين ليست تابعة لإيران ولا تأتمر بأمرها، لكن الصواريخ التي تطلقها جماعة الحوثي على تل أبيب أو على السفن هي ممولة.
Is your name public because Destiny just said it on stream? What's he saying about me?
Upping your clout and upping your popularity anyway. You don't actually care much because at the end of the day, the things don't affect you, maybe? I don't know. That's just a guess. I don't know. Maybe not.
Over and over again. And because...
Hey, we're watching Hassan. Let's go.
I can't stop myself from constantly correcting this person's idiotic shit, and they know this, so they just keep fucking changing, moving the goalposts over and over again. Free speech?
No.
What the fuck are you talking about? Free speech? Getting banned from a fucking Twitch chat for being a moron is not free speech.
Okay.
Arresting someone in the dead of the night for not a crime that they've committed, but instead...
It's unpalatable this messaging has become, but I'm not sure. I don't know what the answer is for that.
How about this, dude? I'll give Mudahar
What'd I
$100,000 on top of everything else, on top of covering his fucking entire expenses, if he straps himself with a camera and goes to Gaza and interviews people in my stead. How about that?
He says the reason why he says straps himself with a camera, he's acting like he's going to get assassinated by the IDF. Mudahar should take him up on this. I would go, by the way, if he wants to for 100K. I would go with Mudahar. We could go into the. I'm sure that we could arrange with Kogai. I know people from Kogai because I met someone when I was doing interviews in Israel. We could probably get like inside of the Gaza Strip. I don't know how deep he wants us to go for 100K. Mudahar, take it.
On top of everything else, on top of covering his fucking entire expenses, if he straps himself with a camera and goes to Gaza and interviews people in my stead. How about that? Put a fucking press vest on it too.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. Because when you have the press vest on, Israel will try to shoot and murder you because they see press, they see media, and they kill press people. That's what he's saying. So fucking cope.
Dumbass. As though that's the fucking hurdle here. Go ahead, dude. They're killing Western World Central Kitchen aid workers that literally were getting...
I don't know if I would really necessarily trust. I don't know if I would want to go to Gaza. Fuck that. Fuck that. You're not safe from anyone in there.
A year ago?
That were there with the Israeli government's go-ahead.
Bernie Sanders deserves a lot of the blame. I hate Bernie. I mean, like in retrospect, the things that came from Bernie...
I don't give a fuck. Okay, let's go.
ومدعومة إن لم تكن من صناعة إيرانية، وبالتالي باعتقادي أن طهران هي أولى بالقصف من صنعاء. لو تم عمل معادلة جديدة وهي أن تقوم إسرائيل أو الولايات المتحدة باستهداف طهران بصاروخ، بعد كل صاروخ يتم استهداف في تل أبيب أو استهداف بارجة أمريكية.
Sorry, the only way you're going to Gaza safely is if you're one of the fucking like tiny handful of people that gets an IDF escort. Like that's the only way you go in. Are you going with Hamas? I refuse to. I know Hassan would never answer this, but he would obviously rather the IDF take him in than Hamas does. I don't know. It's just. And he would feel safer, like, with IDF soldiers than he would feel with Hamas, like, fucking fires to treat him badly or whatever. Not because he'd be afraid of the IDF bombs, but just even if we're talking about how the people escorting him around would treat him.
لتوقفت إيران على الأقل عن دعم هذه الجماعة ولتلاشت قدرة الحوثيين الصاروخية خلال بضعة أشهر. سينتهي مخزونهم وسينتهي ما بيدهم ولن يبقى هناك تهديد، على الأقل التهديد البعيد الذي يطال إسرائيل أو يطال الملاحة الدولية. سيبقى تهديدهم بالطبع موجود على اليمنيين.
هل تعتقد أن العملية الأمريكية حاليا بتكون يعني تجهيز لعملية لسيناريو لعملية أمريكية ضد إيران؟
أنا أتوقع أن ما يحصل الآن من قبل الولايات المتحدة هو تمهيد لذريعة لمساهمتها في قصف البرنامج النووي الإيراني. الرئيس ترامب هو وعد أنه لن يشن حروب، وبالتالي سيكون محرج أمام قواعده الشعبية في
Fuck this. I'm gonna watch this later. That sounds really interesting. I didn't know there was a former Houthi spokesperson. Apparently he's done this more than once. A former Houthi spokesperson who talks to I-24. That's fucking banging. All right, hang on. But I want to chill for a second, okay? I want to... Since I'm in drama mode, let's go for the little daily newspaper read. Daily tabloid binge. Hassan had a lot of smoke for Ethan yesterday. Bro goes full debate bro and says he's a coward. Ooh!
Yes, they DM random TikTok accounts that defend you and ask them to come on. That is so cowardly, dude. Oh my god, what a cowardly little fucking baby.
Yeah. What?
Oh my god. Ugh. Ugh. He just like, he's so
Using Yeet as a source. Yeet is a correspondent. What are you talking about? This is on the ground journalism.
scared. Holy shit.
Now this is funny, and everybody knows it. This is where it came from, and I'm just showing the stolen valor that he's trying to claim. So
stolen valor.
Stolen valor. What the fuck does that mean?
This is from his subreddit. People glazing him up. He's thinking of going to Gaza.
Dude, I might actually take Marsh with me to Gaza.
No.
Gaza?
But these people react to it in like a way that makes literally no fucking sense. Like, no one involved in this even thought of the fact that no one who is even remotely anti-Israel is ever going to be allowed to get into Gaza.
Oh my god, yes, you're right, Bad Empanada. I guess Ethan is correct in fucking, yelling about me saying this, considering that that's your position as well, isn't it? That I have not put any thought into this whatsoever.
Oh, God. That was a little bit passive-aggressive, Hassan, to your fucking inbred attack dog there. Come on. This guy's all you've got.
Possibly be unionized. His merch possibly can't be union made. Yeah, go after the fucking Teamsters now, dude. Attack. He is not.
What's this all about? Teddy Fresh. I don't give a fuck. What is this? Leftovers podcast clip of Hassan crying. Why? Genuine yes or no? Wait, what? What am I looking at? The fuck?
Possibly be unionized. His merch possibly can't be union made. Yeah, go after the fucking Teamsters now, dude.
Uh-huh.
And the only reason why he does that is because he can't fucking take a fraction of the smoke in return, in person, man to man. He can't do that. I find it really funny, by the way, that he's like promoting my merchandise. That's been really funny because he's been just like trying to shit on my merch. It's like, bro, Teddy Fresh. Like, really? What's the saying? Don't cast stones from glass houses? Like, really? Really? He's allergic to research, I think. Yeah, the Teamsters logo is literally on the fucking tags. Like, it says Union Made in the USA.
Uh-oh. L. Ethan. Lethan line. What is this picture?
So, like, when the reason up my possibly.
Okay. I don't care about Teddy Fresh fashion, whatever the fuck. Okay. Hassan calls out those who made fun of him crying in Leftovers. I was only crying because Ethan was those fucking animals' destiny, that fucking Oreo guy. Why does he summarize this shit like this? What the hell?
Yeah, remember when all the people. Yeah, remember when all the people that Ethan is now aligned with made fun of me for crying there, by the way, and they said that it was fake. I was crying because Ethan was crying. I remember all those fucking animals. But hey, remember, they're just like apolitical. They're just apolitical guys. They're not pro-Israel, you know? That was the only thing that Destiny, the fucking Oreo guy, whatever the fuck his name is, like all of
Why
those.
does he pretend? Hassan has mentioned Nick the Oreo like a million times. Why does he keep pretending to not know his name? It's so stupid. It's so dumb. It's so silly. Why?
Orbiters, every single one of them was just basically laser focused on the conversation that me and Ethan were having, not even talking about the things that I was saying, but instead we're talking about my reactions. I was being too mean to Ethan when I certainly was not being mean to Ethan at all. Yeah, remember when
I don't want to watch him crying. Don't care. Hassan molds at Bad Empanada. Oh no! No!
but Bad Empanada only saw the Fioran clip? Yeah, he should fucking know better.
Yeah,
That's
should
my
he?
point.
No, he shouldn't. He's not. He doesn't know better. That the rules are he doesn't know better. What are you talking about, Hassan? Really? Are you surprised? Fuck off.
Perhaps he should know better if he
I can't
knows,
believe.
Of my advocacy of the work that I've done in this, in this regard. Maybe he shouldn't also fucking think that I'm some dumb fuck, broccoli haircut Zoomer TikToker who just wants to go to Gaza and film it. Like, why is that your first inclination? Why is that the first assumption that you have? Because you
Broccoli hair.
adopted the framework of like these fucking douchebags, It's kind of funny that Chad is getting mad at you for contextualizing and basically want you to let Bad Empanada say whatever he wants with no context. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what are you guys talking about? And it's not like,
Well, you mean you can't? You mean that if you just fucking shapeshift your opinions based on whose clout you're after, people might notice? That's crazy, chap. That's fucking wild. Never happen.
like I hadn't explained this, Bad Empanada knows what clip chimps look like. Why the fuck is he also leaning on the clip chimp?
Interesting. By the way, here's a Bad Empanada video that clip chimps all my political opponents. That's crazy, chat.
Anyway, I know this is how he is, which is why I normally don't cover it, because I also don't want my audience to develop resentment towards him either. I don't give a shit that he's doing this. Yeah, he can farm me all day, every day, as long as he's fucking pro-Palestine, which he is, unconditionally and uncompromisingly.
How is that pro-Palestine to just say that they should fight endlessly until Israel's destroyed? Like, I guess that's pro-Palestine if, again, like you just want Arabs to die. Like, yeah, you just want them to keep on pushing through the meat grinder so that you have something to talk about for your fucking channel. Okay.
I don't care, okay? But when dumb fucks in my community constantly go, why don't you watch Bad Empanada's latest video? He called you out. He said you enable liberal Zionism. This is why I don't watch it. Because my disagreements with Bad Empanada in terms of tactics, in terms of rhetoric, in terms of what I'm trying to do, ultimately are for the same fucking goal, okay? Palestinian emancipation.
The same goal? You know how like Bad Empanada is explicitly against a South Africa style resolution. Like he doesn't want equality in that region. He wants all the Zionists, he wants all the Jews gone. What are you talking about? Or in re-education camps. That's the same goal? That's what you want? Interesting.
An end to the occupation. So I think it's fucking irrelevant and distracting to just constantly chirp back and forth at one another over clips that I'm sure some of his fans that are my fans as well will clip.
It just goes to show you how fucking superficial it is. Like these guys just don't they don't believe in anything. They don't believe in anything. It's so emancipation and the occupation. It's like, again, what do you mean? Do you mean the whole country? What happens to the locals? Because I know what Bad Empanada thinks about it. I guess Hassan apparently agrees with all of it. They're kind of important disagreements as well.
I don't like that it's just like, I don't like that the commentary here is just like so disparaging, where it's just like, oh yeah, this fucking silly asshole influencer's like, oh, I want to go to Gaza and fucking film myself, like meh. Like I'm fucking Johnny Somali or some shit. Like, what are you guys, fucking stupid? What are we doing here? What am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? At all.
What's this?
I hate this. I hate that like other people's stupidity and lack of interest in like seeking out the truth somehow becomes my fucking issue, you know?
That's what I said about Hassan. I said that word for word. Did he borrow that from me? What the fuck? What?
Free Rand is not the only place I talked about this, dumbass. This conversation first materialized on stream when I was talking to Jeremy Scahill. And I even brought it up on Fear Rand as well.
But even if
Jeremy Scahill is the guy who wrote that piece against the New York Times with Ryan Grimm. That's Jeremy Scahill. Is this it? God, do I want to watch this fucking nonsense? There's no fucking timestamp. Oh, I know how to find it. The thing that he said there about suffering the consequences of other people's stupidity. That just sounded really familiar. Hang on. Which is very annoying that you basically have to like suffer the consequences of someone else's stupidity, but is what it is. Someone else's failures as a human being. Crazy. Okay. Asmongold, Assassin's Creed. Oh no. ISO Speed. Is this all from today or? Oh no, not Asmongold Mike from PA. Oh no. Oh no.
Idiot. It's called shock. Any for you if you want to earn 100.
Here we go.
Holy idiot. It's called shock. Anything that happens, I mean, like, holy shit, guys. If you live in Florida, I have an opportunity for you. If you want to earn $100,000, let me know. Jesus Christ.
These guys need to meet in a sewer if they're ever going to fight. Because Mike from PA will definitely challenge Asmongold to a boxing match. But they need to meet up in a sewer, right? The roach and the rat. Yes.
So we can put that over the. So this is the guy. He's literally talking about putting a bounty on Destiny, right? And so, and I find this to be incredibly ironic that not only is he arguing against a point that I didn't make, but he's also the same person who is actively putting out threats against people, right? I mean, of all the people to call me out about being wrong about political violence, it's ironic to me that it's one of the people that's promoting political violence. Many such cases, absolutely.
Wow.
And so anyway, he goes Destiny. And this is what I find to be funny, right? Didn't you put out a hit on him or another streamer? You shouldn't even be allowed a platform. He says who?
What? Feign incredulity. What? What?
It was Destiny. I don't like the guy, but I've seen both of you putting a bounty on him or something. What was the quote? If you live in Florida, I have got an opportunity for you if you want to make 100K. Everyone knew exactly what you were referencing to, especially after adding the rest of the context in from the clip. What's the context that everyone knew? I mean, so I didn't actually offer money for a hit. What if I said I wanted a streamer to kill themselves by name? Should I be permitted for that? On Twitch, yes, people have done far less to get banned. So it's again, right? The level of intellectual dishonesty that these people like to engage in is actually impressive to me. It really is. So with a lot of these people, this is the reason why I don't really engage with them or take any of them seriously. It's because they're lying retards. That's the reason why. They're lying retards that don't even understand what they're trying to say. Yeah, they act like children. And so
they need to fight in the sewer. Because fuck Asmongold, fuck Mike from PA, put them in a sewer. Best man emerges alive.
So with that...
Oh no! OnlyFans is done. I think they tried to do Blackwing Lair and got DDoSed. That's so sad. That's a real shame. Fuck that. Poor guys.
Zooms just to raid with the anxiety and probably the actuality of just being DDoSed again and dying. So with that, I'd expect OnlyFans is over. If your character is still alive, you are welcome to join a new guild, or if you guys want to do in-house raiding, still, you're welcome. With a smaller spotlight. The DDoSes are less likely to happen. It's a terrible ending IMO, but that's the ending we got. On a positive note, the beginning of OnlyFans was so long ago, I think a lot of us forgot how awesome the entire event was. and I wanted to thank you all for being a part of it. This was like half a year of dedication and probably the biggest event I've personally ever been a part of in my entire life. The overall hours each of us individually put in probably racked up to literally multiple lifetimes. Thank you all for being there at the beginning, and especially a big thank you for the ones who even stuck it out in the...
It's a very World of Warcraft sentence. So this is the DDoS attack.
No, you don't.
Especially because I got back in.
Oh no.
You are not out.
Where did it
You're just
happen?
standing there.
I'm dead.
Where's Alcourse?
Dracula's dead. You are DC.
You happy now?
Oh, no. On Firemaw, that's a bad place for it to happen. Oh shit.
Fuck.
Am I dead?
Try character on
I got back in, guys. I'm dead. Dracula, you're dead. I'm sorry.
Oh
I don't know
no.
what
POV.
standing glitch.
So very deliberate. Okay. Son.
But then when he found out he couldn't get sick,
seen this yet.
what's new?
Oh my god, it says literal war criminal terrorist Healer Klein. The baby terrorizer Healer
no.
Klein.
This happened. March 17. It happened 4 days ago.
I was excited he finally remembered my name, but then
Did he forget?
Wow.
What's her name?
What is happening, dude? This is so... It's so fucking weird, man. What do you mean? Part of the reason why I don't really talk about Gila all that much is because, oh God, they're going to clip this and they're going to fucking freak out over this too.
Oh
no. Part of the reason why I don't talk about it is because it's mostly Ethan that's doing this shit. I don't care what the feedback or input is from anybody else.
But then when he found out he...
Okay. Hassan offers Mutahar 100k to go to Gaza and do journalism. How about this? I'll give Mutahar $100,000 if he straps himself with a camera and goes to Gaza. Yeet is going to... Bro, these guys are so fucking disgusting. Why? Why this back and forth? Why don't they just admit that they don't want to go anywhere in the Middle East? Just admit you're too fucking scared and too uncomfortable to go and hang around the Ottoman colonizer, the gamer Mutahar. Like, none of them want to go. Just admit, like, why Gaza? Why do they keep saying that Gaza is that the only option? Can y'all go to the West Bank? Can y'all go to Lebanon? Can y'all go to Egypt and talk to Gazans who have fled? Can y'all go to fucking Jordan? Go to the refugee camps? Why? Why do you keep on deflecting and acting as if Gaza is the only option for talking about this conflict to locals? It's because there's not enough fucking bank in it. Is that why?
How about this, dude? I'll give Mutahar $100,000 on top of everything else, on top of covering his fucking entire expenses, if he straps himself with a camera and goes to Gaza and interviews people in my stead. How about that? Put a fucking press vest on it, too. Dumbass. As though that's the fucking hurdle here. Go ahead, dude. They're killing Western World Central Kitchen aid workers that literally were getting that were, you know, that were there with the Israeli government's go-ahead. Bro, why do you say such dumb shit like OMG? What do you mean? What? Yeet is gonna clip this? What are you talking about? If you understand that is like straight up a death sentence, then you understand the point that he's making. Or do you understand the point that I'm making? Sorry.
Man, I'll fundraise 100k for these guys to just shut the fuck up and admit that they don't want to go. Just admit that you don't want to go anywhere in the Middle East. Just do it. Fucking hell. All this ping pong like, well, I'll go to Gaza if you go and hold my hand there. Okay, no, well, I'll go to Gaza if you go first and I'll pay you 100k to go to Gaza. No. Listen, I'll fundraise you $500,000 to go to Gaza. You realize I don't even, like, what the fuck, man? Just stop this fucking posturing and admit you don't want to go anywhere in the Middle East. Why even acting like... Why are you acting like this is the only option? Go to the West Bank. Why wouldn't Hassan say? It's like, okay, well, Gaza's probably off the table, okay? They have very, very limited access to go to Gaza. But if we want to talk about the conflict, we can talk about we can talk to refugees in Egypt. There's like 100k of them since October 7th. We can talk to We could talk to Israelis if you want. You can talk to Palestinians who live in Israel. Talk about the apartheid that they experience within Israel if you want. Go to the West Bank. Go to Jordan. Go to fucking Lebanon. You can go to Lebanon. Fuck. Where's the original Mutahar clip? Did Mutahar actually say that they could only go to Gaza, or are they just acting? They're all just playing the same game. They're just playing the same game where they just pretend that Gaza's the only option.
The fuck are you guys talking about? Of course it's not going to happen. That's my point. Me saying exactly what Mutahar is saying in reverse is the exact thing that he's saying. It's just not going to happen.
Is this guy's face just in every Hassan clip now? Okay.
So much. I fucking hate that so much. Like, Mutahar is a fucking moron. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. He might be very smart about like Linux and other shit, but like when it comes to politics, he is a fucking...
Someone give me the Mutahar clip. Someone give me the Mutahar clip. Did he actually say go to Gaza, or did he say just go to Palestine?
Moron, an imbecile, okay? He does not have any understanding of Israel or Palestine or anything.
True.
And it's shocking that people have this confidence to talk about these issues in a way where they can present themselves seemingly to other morons.
Here it is. XQC reacting to it. That's the first one that came up. Okay.
And he calls anybody that disagrees with you is a centrist slop tuber.
Where's Mutahar?
Homie, all you do
there.
is watch other people shit on stream.
This was it. Yeah. Okay.
You are the only slop person. And I'm sorry, just because this is like a fucking archive channel, I know how it works. Have a fucking second, third party to like upload your dog shit slop onto YouTube and flood the algorithms. Asmon's not everyone's fucking done it. All these streamers do that, okay? All these streamers do it that way. Simple as that.
Yeah, but you know, I don't. Even though I agree,
I don't care.
It's just a standard.
Shut up. Stop talking. Here we
So
go.
I'm sorry to say, I don't care. All right, I don't care if it's like fucking. I don't care if it's like fucking the archive channel or the fucking main channel or the fucking like fucking third party fucking like person that's been hired. I see this kind of shit floating around. A 40-minute crash out of this man. Okay, got to be at least fucking countered. Simple as that. But yeah, these streamers are fucking insane. This is all just, like they want to talk about like anybody. I've never seen this guy actually do anything of substance.
Okay,
right?
I mean,
like in reality, now that I really think about it, it's all just like let me watch fucking CNN, read Twitter, fucking watch some fucking dog shit like video, and then just like barely react to it if anything. But yeah. It's the same shit with anybody. It's like fucking. I've seen this on like the Destiny side. I've seen this fucking with like every single one of these like fucking streamers. It's like
I do that.
It's like it's somehow all right.
I do that, but let's be honest. If you put every facet of
Thanks for the $2. 2023 viewer, I would like you among better peers. Good day. You don't like my? Are these my peers now?
creation in that light, it's all shit. Okay, I'm not. There's not even
Oh my god! I just want the fucking offer. Hey,
I've never
here.
actually seen
an argument that oh guys, this is bad. It's all bad.
they're above the whole drama side of the internet because I guess they're covering like politics. I've never actually seen any form of political action. I've never seen any canvassing done by this guy. You know, I'll actually go as far as to say it like this. I will, on my own dime, pay for both of. How about this? How about this? At my own dime and my own expense, and like, you know, I'll give up my days of work and making serious money. I will fly both of us down, both me and him, to Israel, and we will drive across the border and like actually, you know, do some real journalism on our own. I will pay for all of it myself. Okay, I will do it on my dime. I will get there.
So the only way you could do this is go to West Bank. You can't just drive across the border into Gaza. So either Mutahar doesn't know what's happening in Gaza, he doesn't know the situation, or he's just saying let's go to the West Bank.
I'm saying no. Okay, and those people. Then my argument is that those people that do content, their entire day is already laid in front of them from start to finish. Anything they're going to do.
What's the is there context here where they're talking about going to where it has to be Gaza?
Most things they're going to react to, what they're going to do is thought by somebody else, or by somebody else, all like work by somebody else, somebody else's idea. It is. I think the whole process is not. They don't do shit. They just show up. Oh, I'm just saying. There's no end to that. There's no end to that. Thoughts?
How is it that I get called a drama slob, dude, and this fucking fuckbag is already like...
Yeah, it's Hassan has just turned that into a call to go to Gaza exclusively. That's all he's done, just so he can avoid the fucking prospect of going anywhere in the Middle East that's been affected by the war. God. All right. And you're a fascist. we are here today to debate the following motion, the dog brothel conjecture. The motion today is dog brothels are, 1 second, no more unethical than cheese. Taking the affirmative today will be tentacular male Ron, least deranged vegan. Taking the opposition will be Xylo. You guys have the floor. Would you like to make opening statements, or do you just want to go straight in? I feel like I should have better arguments. I don't know. Like if I'm just given all these fucking, I like it when you just keep on giving people bullets and they're just like, it's just, it's really funny. Right, it's still fine, but with South American stuff or like Bach and all that, it's all just so like random. You know, there's no logic to any of these chords. They're just like, you can tell they were just vibing it, and that's how. Like there is a key signature, but even then they deviate from it so much. Like there's lots of chromatic stuff and.
That also don't know anything, as though they fucking know some things, you know, like, oh, the hypocrisy. If you knew a fraction of what Israel does to social media influencers, not even just fucking straight up journalists, okay, you would know that this is, you know that there are very serious setbacks here. And the only reason why this became a much larger problem, or quote unquote drama, is because that other fucking moron that wants to defend Israel every step of the way has been using this as an opportunity to just crack jokes. That's his advocacy
What are we talking
for,
about?
you know,
What?
as the pro-Palestinian position, as the pro-Palestinian advocate that he is. You just keep saying, ha, lol, I'm thinking about going to Gaza as a meme.
Does Hassan still claim the Israel trip was paid for by Israel? Yeah, of course he does. Yeah. I think, honestly, you couldn't even call it defamatory because he probably believes it because he's that fucking stupid. Yeah.
It's gross as fuck. Which one? There's like 5. I'm talking about fucking Ethan Klein, dude.
Yeah. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I don't normally get the whole, like, you know, I don't tend to get morally outraged at people and all that, but like the fact is, it's really fucking, it's disgusting, isn't it? Like these guys are literally just posturing about, no, you're too scared to go to Palestine. No, you're too scared. No, just admit you don't want to fucking go. Just admit you don't want to go, and move on. Just say you want to stay at home, because if you think that Muhar was just saying go to Gaza, just counteroffer. Just be like, okay, no, obviously we can't go to Gaza. We can go to West Bank. Let's go there. Done. I will literally fucking pay this person 10 grand. I'm sorry it can't be 100 or whatever. I'll pay 10 grand just so they can fucking admit. Just so Hassan can admit he doesn't want to go to any of these places. Fuck. Hang on. Uh, hmm. Okay, good tweet. They could go to Yemen. I think that's a good tweet. I think it's good that it's just really annoying. I'm just really annoyed by that. Aren't you guys? God. Also, article about Benjamin. What is this? Ugh. The Wars of Herzi Halevi. If you guys don't know, Halevi was the IDF chief of staff during October 7th until quite recently. He resigned not long ago. Suddenly, a man wakes up in the morning, and he is who he was. The transition is complex for any person, but is especially difficult for a chief of staff who led the longest of Israel's wars, a war without an end date, after a terrible failure under the command of a toxic, scheming political echelon that openly undermined him and the IDF. Damn. Toxic and scheming. That's you guys. Formally, Halevi is not yet a citizen. He has a long year of adaptation ahead of him, but he has taken off his uniform. He dedicated his first days as a citizen to visiting the homes of bereaved families and working in a bureau that was placed at his disposal far from the city. He is working on completing the war investigations. There is something to complete. Those who watched him run in the evenings along the JNF trails near his community saw a man whose heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Israelis know Halevi as the heavy explanation, the oldest in charge, the most responsible adult, whose heavy vest, belt, weapon, and a group of officers with their faces hidden separate him from the camera. Halevi the citizen in sneakers and a t-shirt is a different man, light and mobile. He suddenly shed several years from his 57 years. Oh, the fucking translations. They do this thing where at the end of a sentence, for some reason, it just cuts off half of it. God. There's something in here about Netanyahu. Here we go. When Halevi presented the IDF's operations to the cabinet in the first 48 hours of the war, he noted that the Air Force had attacked 1,500 targets in Gaza. This is a huge number, requiring exceptional intelligence and operational capabilities. Netanyahu erupted in anger, yelling and banging on the table. Why not 5,000? He scolded the chief of staff. We don't have 5,000 approved targets, Halevi replied. I'm not interested in targets, Netanyahu retorted. Take down the houses. Bomb with everything you have. The outburst was part of what was later described by Gadi Eisenkot and others as a collapse in Netanyahu's performance in the early days of the war. The officers I met in those days said that Netanyahu had lost his judgment. No wonder he refuses any investigation today. His problem is not Judge Amit. Even if Tali Gottlieb heads the investigation committee, she will not be able to prevent the witnesses from testifying. It's an interesting statement, isn't it? Go to hell, we'll manage without you. Took credit for every move. You know what? I think actually, I think Netanyahu should be put on trial for inciting genocide. Fuck it, man. If he said this, it seems like the officers didn't. I don't know if they actually acted on this order. It sounds here like they're saying that he. It sounds here like they're suggesting they might not have, but like this is fucking insane. There's no excuse for this. Like this is just telling you to target civilian. I don't care about targets. Kill whoever the fuck. Bro. If you got officers and a chief of staff who's going to testify to Bibi saying that, literally just asking your chief of staff to kill like fucking anyone. Read the part after. They're saying the officer said he lost his judgment. The army felt it was alone in the aftermath. The cabinet members bickered among themselves. They did not provide the general staff with a coherent vision, strategy, or leadership. The debate on October 11th, 2023 about the operation in Lebanon foreshadowed what would follow. The army, the Shin Bet, the Mossad, and the defense minister Gallant supported it. Gantz, Eisenkot, and the Americans opposed it. Netanyahu did not want to carry it out, but he feared accepting responsibility, fearing being recorded in the... Yeah, this is like... He's such a fucking coward, man. Like, it's always the same shit. It's like he just wants status quo. He's just obsessed with keeping this unattainable status quo, this unattainable fucking containment, because he doesn't want to make any decision that would be like unpopular in international, like just. But he ends up doing the worst possible fucking thing. And then when it snaps, like with October 7th, he's saying to bomb 5,000 targets, even if you don't have 5,000 targets. The fuck. He's like the worst of all worlds. They quarreled again about the operation in cabinet meetings in the following months, in front of the astonished eyes of the chief of staff and generals. They were unable to stop bickering. The operation was carried out at a different time, under different circumstances, with results that astonished the world. Who was right? Opinions. Even the army are still divided. In practice, it was not the cabinet that ran the war, but the army. This was the feeling of those in uniform. The army initiated, planned, and executed. Netanyahu took credit for every move that succeeded and shied away from responsibility for every move that failed. Sometimes he boasted that he was involved in all the details. Sometimes he claimed that he was not told anything. Everything was based on the result. Bro. How does... It's so amazing that the same country that did the fucking pager operation, like one of the most amazing like pieces of military action ever, meticulous, carefully executed, like ingenious. But how can they have that in the same country that they have fucking Netanyahu? I don't understand it. How can you have such a miserable excuse for a leader in a country that is clearly capable of like some pretty creative thing, even if you don't like what they did, like still, God. The crisis between Netanyahu and Halevi began with the coup d'etat. Pilots and navigators threatened that if the laws were passed, they would stop volunteering. Government ministers pressed for a mass dismissal. Go to hell, we'll manage without you, shouted Communications Minister Kerry, one of many. Halevi decided to act differently. Let the left repel and the right draw closer. He quoted the Sanhedrin. Okay. Those who threaten to stop volunteering need persuasion, not dismissal. On October 7th, everyone showed up. The same pilots who announced that they had lost faith in the decisions of the Netanyahu government before the war did not make a peep when their bombings in Gaza killed tens of thousands of uninvolved people, while Netanyahu repeatedly torpedoed hostage deals and renewed the coup d'etat on steroids. The pilots' protest dissolved in the war. This week, a navigator, a volunteer reserve service, showed up for the first time in his squadron and announced that he would refuse. He was immediately dismissed. Met with Council of Legion of the South. One of them said that the pilots did not bomb Gaza on the morning of October 7th because they preferred the lives of Hamas members over the lives of Jews. Halevi was shocked. He attributed the statement to brainwashing in the propaganda channels. Interesting. Halevi's refusal to dismiss pilots was not the main reason for the escalating conflict between him and Netanyahu. Finkelman. Which one was Finkelman? Was he Shin Bet or forgot? I don't remember. The only exception was Brigadier General Avi Rosenfeld, commander of the Gaza Division, a daring officer with an impressive career behind him. A terrible failure on the decisive day, Halevi met with him 5 times and urged him to resign voluntarily. In June 2024, he announced his resignation. As for Halevi, he decided to retire only after he achieved significant military achievements. The ground forces, regular and reserve were neglected leading up to October 7th. Borders reduced. Yeah, I know this. They kept on reducing the numbers. There were only 760 something people, I think, at the border when October 7th happened. A terrorist army like Hamas will not truly be defeated if the IDF is content with airstrikes. No decisive damage to the underground infrastructure if it's without a ground maneuver, obviously. Should know that. Damn. That's probably the most damning thing I've ever heard from Netanyahu, though. This is much more convincing than any of the Amalek fucking bullshit. Like, this is just him literally saying to bomb houses even though they don't have targets. Fuck that. The most promiscuous minister. Was that a mistranslation? I don't know if they mean promiscuous as in like, I know that he was a philanderer, but I think this is more about, oh, Halevi outright rejected Netanyahu's promise of total victory. No war has ended with the elimination of the last enemy soldier, not even World War II. Victory is achieved when you collapse the enemy and create a new reality in enemy territory and in your own. This is what he proposed. November 2023. Borrowed an image from Greek mythology. If we don't start preparing for the day after now, we will be like Sisyphus, who climbed up the mountain and rolled down over and over again. Yep, this is what do you call him? Yair Golan said as well. I mean, it's kind of obvious. In May 24, he demanded a ground operation launched in Rafah and the Philadelphia Axis. The army did not object, but pointed to its limited resources. Wanted a hostage deal. Taking advantage of the ceasefire to transfer divisions to Lebanon. Netanyahu preferred Rafah to Lebanon. Decision was legitimate, apart from the fact that he inflated the military importance of the Philadelphia Axis. Yep. Yoav Gallant says this as well. It was only used for political leverage with Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. The next confrontation concerned Netanyahu's decision to withdraw Israel's agreement to negotiate Phase 2 of the deal, the phase that would end the war. Halevi, like Shin Bet chief Ronen Bar, and in fact, like all the heads of the security services, argued that it was possible to go to Phase 2 to bring about the release of all or the vast majority of hostages and return to fighting afterwards. Hamas would violate the agreement. It must. Even if it did not violate a way, it would be found to renew the fire. Netanyahu refused. He estimated that Smotrich would bring down his government. Jesus. All the security heads argued that they could go to Phase 2 and return to fighting afterwards. But Netanyahu said no. Because of Smotrich. Guys, We're gonna have to. We might have to have a Zionist purge in the audience. I'm just saying. Fuck me. I've always hated Netanyahu. I've always seen him as a war criminal and someone who doesn't really give a fuck about anything apart from staying in power. But like that statement about not caring about targets and trying to get his chief of staff to just target like an arbitrary number, to just attain an arbitrary number of strikes. God. Like the fact that he went to the international community, like these international orgs, and kept on talking about the security importance of Philadelphia. And I was like, yeah, intuitively it makes sense because it's the border with Egypt. That's where they smuggled in all the stuff. But also, Israel can monitor the Philadelphia from outside. They can monitor from it, like from the corner. And Gallant said that. And they can deploy into Philadelphia if they ever feel like there's an emergency. This is worse than anything I've ever heard about Netanyahu. Yeah, it is. Yeah. God. This guy and Trump, eh? Are boys. Like he's like jeopardizing. The war against Hamas is legitimate. Like you should want to destroy Hamas. Like if you feel like it's possible, he's like jeopardizing this at every stage. He's jeopardizing that prospect to keep his shitty little cabinet together. Like what the fuck? Welcome to Israeli politics. The thing is though, Israelis in chat, like you guys are this is like cancerous behavior. If you don't fight like hell against this stuff, you're not gonna have a country anymore. I'm just saying. Yeah, he takes credit for all the things he didn't support. Yeah, they said that, yeah. Is this coming from Halevi himself? Apparently it's multiple officials. So it seems to be that the heads of every security service said they could go to phase 2 to bring about the release of the hostages and return to fighting afterwards. Netanyahu kept on insisting that the significance of phase 2 is that at the very end of phase 1 was supposed to be the beginning of moving out of Philadelphia. They didn't do it though on the last day like they were supposed to. And then they said we're not going to phase 2. So phase 2 involves withdrawal from Philadelphia. But Yoav Gallant, and apparently also Halevi, the Shin Bet chief, all think that Philadelphia is not as significant security as Netanyahu makes it out to be. And it seems to be that Netanyahu only says that it is massively significant is because he wants to keep Smotrich in government. Like it's not militarily justified. Yeah, Ynet's not lefty as well. They're not like Haaretz or any of that shit. Man. Who's saying that Smotrich is not a Jew? Okay. A man without conscience. Oh no. A mollusk. A bad dude. When did this article come out? Very recently, a few days ago. This Israel Katz guy is a total fucking shithead as well. Wow. Make this a segment. Yeah, I guess it is. I mean, what's the summary? Netanyahu, after basically championing the policy that allowed October 7th to happen, which was containment, mow the lawn, and assume that Qatari aid money is going to keep Hamas quiet. Then October 7th happens, and he has a go at his chief of staff for not bombing an extra 3,500 targets, even though they don't have any more targets. But he wanted to bomb 350,000 somethings. Houses, he said. It looks like they didn't listen to him. The way it's reading here is that the officers didn't trust him, and the IDF more or less fought the war without the cabinet at the beginning. But then also, yeah, I know in War by Bob Woodward they talk about the irrationality, yeah. But also that the extra things which are backed up by other sources, exotic fusion, backed up by other sources is the fact that the Philadelphia corridor was just something that Netanyahu wanted to champion for political reasons, not because it was actually because it had security justification. Gallant said that. Apparently, the chief of staff said it. The head of Shin Bet said it, and they all know more than Netanyahu. Okay, like Netanyahu said it to keep Smotrich in government, and also just him being a total fucking sleazebag to the entire military all the way throughout the war, taking credit for everything, despite the fact that they were not really in line with him. What's the name of the publication? This is Ynet. Ynet. Yeah, he's horrible. He's a total fucking criminal fuck. Like, absolute embarrassment for a country. God. If containment was a bad idea, what's the alternative? So there could be some, like... One would be trying to... there's only really one option, and it was to get Hamas out early, to get them out and reinstitute the PA. That's all they could have done. As soon as you realize that they're building tunnels and they're preparing to make Gaza like impenetrable, whilst also launching cross-border attacks, they had to just take them down early. You know, Ynet is super anti-Bibi. Yeah, but like normal people are super anti-Bibi as well. Bibi is anti-Bibi with the amount of fucking batshit that he says. Trying to blame al-Husseini for the Holocaust and shit. Bro. But that's the thing. If like Halevi and these other officers are lying, then that's a really, really strong claim. Even within Israeli law, him just saying to bomb 3,500 targets when they don't have targets, that would be against Israeli law as well, to advocate for that. You're not supposed to just you're not supposed to just ask your military to bomb a bunch of civilians. It's his wife controlling him like a brain parasite. Well, sorry, but you're an adult and the leader of a country, so I'm going to put it on you, buddy. Anyway. Like, if that's real, if he did say that, that's going to flip my position like completely 180 on Netanyahu actually like wanting genocide, or at very least crimes against humanity. By just saying arbitrarily bomb 3,500 things when you don't have targets. That's fucking mental. That is like... If he actually said that, then I'm 180ing on him. Oof. Did the article give a date? I linked it in chat. Should we expect others to confirm his statements? Well, apparently other officers were commenting on his loss of judgment. God. Is it really a 180 if he was already seen as terrible? Well, it's a 180 on that particular question. Yeah, he was still terrible. Not my overall opinion on him, just on the opinion on whether or not he is genocidal. Anyway, it's a pretty low information update. Mark Carney calls for snap election in Canada. Oh. I don't really remember what Mark Carney's voice sounds like, let alone what he's about here.
So let's turn to Canada because the new Prime Minister is expected to announce a snap election. He has been visiting the country's Governor General and he has just come out. So let's cross over live now.
2 months ago, I was at a rink in Edmonton where I'd learned to play hockey. And that's about as far as you can get from the grandeur of Rideau Hall. And I was there because I was putting up my hand to run for the leadership of the Liberal Party of Canada. And I was doing that because I knew our country needed to take action. We needed to act to fix our economy. We needed to act to fight the Americans. We needed to act to deal with Donald Trump's terrorists. Il y a 9 jours, notre nouveau gouvernement a prêté serment et nous sommes immédiatement passés à l'action. Cette semaine, nous avons conclu un nouvel accord portant sur la défense nationale avec l'Australie pour protéger le Canada. Nous avons renforcé nos relations en matière de sécurité avec la France et le Royaume-Uni pour protéger les Canadiens et les Canadiennes. Nous avons lancé des discussions sur de nouveaux accords commerciaux.
So just as Mark Carney there speaking in French, of course, dual languages in Canada, just explaining to you, the audience, that Mark Carney is holding that media conference. He's about to announce a snap election.
To end the division that it was creating amongst Canadians. Because we are stronger together. We reversed the increase in the capital gains tax so that builders are encouraged to take risks and be rewarded when they succeed. When I met with the premiers in Ottawa on Friday, we agreed to eliminate barriers to trade and mobility inside our country. And the federal government is leading by committing to legislate the end of all federal barriers to interprovincial trade by July 1st. Together, we will push to create one Canadian economy by Canada Day, because we are stronger together. This past week, we acted to protect workers, using the proceeds of our retaliatory tariffs against America's unjustified trade actions. We acted to unlock major infrastructure projects and get them moving rapidly, including clean and conventional energy, critical minerals, and new trade corridors with reliable trading partners. We acted to create new supports for farmers and businesses during this trade war. We expanded dental care for millions of more Canadians. And we took all of these actions and more to create the foundation to build a stronger Canada. There is so much more to do to secure Canada, to invest in Canada, to build Canada, to unite Canada. That's why I'm asking for a strong, positive mandate from my fellow Canadians. I've just requested that the Governor-General dissolve Parliament and call an election for April 28th. And she has agreed. We are facing the most significant crisis of our lifetimes because of President Trump's unjustified trade actions and his threats to our sovereignty. Our response must be to build a strong economy and a more secure Canada. President Trump claims that Canada isn't a real country. He wants to break us so America can own us. We will not let that happen. We're over the shock of the betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons. We have to look out for ourselves. We have to look out for each other. Nous savons que nous devons veiller les unes sur les autres.
So incredibly strong words there from Mark Carney. We're facing the most significant crisis in our lifetimes because of President Trump, addressing directly the tariffs that President Trump has imposed on Canada, and also this concept that President Trump sees Canada as America's 51st state. Let's listen back in.
We can give ourselves more than any foreign government can take away. And the best way we can deal with this crisis is to build our strength here at home and help people who will be hit hardest by these tariffs. That's the right thing to do. That's the fair thing to do. That's the Canadian thing to do. That's what makes us strong. As part of that strategy, today I'm proposing a middle-class tax cut to help all working Canadians get ahead. We will cut the lowest income tax bracket by 1 percentage point for a middle-class tax cut that will benefit a 2-income family by up to $825 a year. Aujourd'hui, je propose de réduire les impôts pour la classe moyenne pour aider.
So Mark Carney there announcing that he is calling the snap election in Canada for the 28th of April. He wants a strong mandate. Leader of the Liberal Party, he wants to increase the strength of that party.
I'm asking Canadians for a strong, positive mandate to deal with President Trump and to build a new Canadian economy that works for everyone. Because I know we need change. Big change. Positive change. You see, my generation was fortunate. For us, there were more opportunities and life was more affordable. You had to work hard, but you could get ahead. That was the bargain. But for the generations that have followed,
Jordan Peterson's on a soul-searching journey right now. Yeah, I know. Do people think this guy's going to win the election? I guess it's tough talk on Trump. The problem is that Canadian Conservatives are not usually MAGA. They're also against Trump, like Doug Ford. So, I don't know. That's not going to be the game changer.
What is the
What the fuck?
name of this weapons part that was supposedly found in debris in Gaza? So this was actually posted by Rami Abdul. And I was like, Rami Abdul? I know that dude. I corrected this dude like 2 years ago when he saw white phosphorus essentially behind every single star in the sky in Gaza. Now this dude said an American-made missile caused casualties to his family members, half of whom were children. But this dude constantly lies about basically everything, so maybe it did, maybe it didn't. But the real question is, what is this weapon system? Now, I did a quick search on this particular picture. It's relatively recent, so I don't think the picture is fake or recycled. This thing right here is a servo or actuator. So this thing moves the fins of the bomb as the bomb is being precision guided down to the target. So these kits are essentially bolted onto a bomb, which gives a dumb bomb some pretty good guidance capability. You can actually see a good close-up of the actuator system right here. And here it is kind of lined up together. So it's my guess that this weapon type was a GBU-31. Now, Rami, if any of your family members did become casualties during this event, mitasif, I'm sorry about that. But there is one sure way to prevent it from ever happening again. Release the hostages.
Whoa! Holy shit! I don't know if Rami is able to, be the guy to do that, but okay. Jesus, it's a bit fucking rough. Ryan McZionist. What is this?
Muslim countries, though. They're countries for Iranians. Like, again, these countries don't go around saying, we are Muslim countries. They say that we are Egyptian country. We
It's
are
called the
Egypt.
Islamic Republic of Iran.
Well, fine, Iran. But everyone else?
How can I'm sorry, the fucking shame. How can this person have been so wrong about so many different fucking things and still just go on to Parker and be like, so this guy I talked to, he's kind of full of shit. And I'm like, God damn it, man. No shame. Oh no.
Muslim countries, though. They're countries for Iranians. Like, again, these countries don't go around saying, we are Muslim countries. They say that we are Egyptian country. We
It's
are
called the
Egypt.
Islamic Republic of Iran.
Well, fine, Iran. But everyone else?
I'm sorry, okay. It's just mental. I don't know. I don't know what to say. Jeez. Good edit. Yeah. Decent edit. It's probably Islamophobic. I don't know why, but we'll say that, right? Ugh. Whew. You want me to link it? Oh. It's in the Discord. It's in stream suggestions. Hang on. It's a good meme though, eh? Is she slandering you? Kind of? A little bit. I need to do super chats. There's so many of them. Okay, hang on. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for the $5. Using your patented stand rating technology. Oh, I did that one. I don't know. Isn't Tajikistan the really bad one? If I remember correctly. Whatever. Rega Jigglypuff, thanks for the 6 shekels. Jewish should have been Bielfeld. It was always empty. Okay. David Lessa, thanks for the 50 MADs. Mads, wow. Why do you give Tutan attention? Hassan can't give him a second and you can't persuade him. Close the box and put it in the bin. Nah, we gotta take on the challenging jobs, okay? Paul Blart, thanks for the 666. You're gonna let this guy crying on here, inarticulate and cope inside his own ignorance of conjecture and wishful retrospect, and then sweep Terror Hassan. I guess I did, didn't I? Paul Blart, thanks for the $2. Everything is so easy and a fantasy must be cozy. No, thank you. Thanks for the $4.99. This lad sounds like he's squeezing out a shite every time he runs his Hassan apology routine. Why are you guys so mean? What the fuck? Paul Blart, thanks for the $2. This is an unworthy interlocutor pre-puberty blocker. You guys are so mean. Steirekel, thanks for the €2. Cover the Atlantic story about US war plans text. Don't worry, it's on the list. Obviously. Paul Blart, thanks for the 666. Twice in a row. Rearm Ukrainian atomics, conscript Hassan sympathizers. Wow stream go. I get most of my education from videos, brackets Hassan, and I'm not very educated. Okay. Best use of intelligence on your platform would take shape regardless if Hassan exists. Therefore, can assume to ignore him and Circus Show are your superior. Maybe. Thanks for the $2. And Sans, thanks for the tier 1 sub. But stop being mean, guys, okay? What the hell? New goal. New goal's up. Get the new goal. Does there have to be proof of execution of Bibi's directive for it to be associated with genocidal intent? Nope. Incitement of genocide is a violation of the convention. RIP. New Contra video dropped. Hey! What's it about? I swear if it's about Palestine, I'm just not going to watch it because it's not worth it. It's not worth the... What's it about? Conspiracy. This could be anything. This could be about anything. Lots of costumes. Freemasons. Bilderberg. Seems watchable. Just asking questions. Seems interesting. I'd watch it. Fuck it. Hexeth. Oh, Pete Hexeth is in it. Okay. Wait, hang on. I'll know if I want to bother with this or not. Yeah, it looks watchable. Looks watchable. What exactly are the Yemen plans? Well, we'll find out. Because apparently, what the fuck is this story? Did Trump and his goons accidentally add someone from the outside into their chat? Into their Signal chat, where they discuss war plans for Yemen? Is that really what happened? Did they just... Wow. From The Atlantic, okay. The Trump administration accidentally texted me its war plans. U.S. national security leaders included me in a group chat about upcoming military strikes in Yemen. I didn't think it could be real. Then the bombs started following. Okay, the world found out shortly before 2 p.m. Eastern Time on March 15th that the United States was bombed them, Houthi targets across Yemen. I, however, knew 2 hours before the first bombs exploded that the attack might be coming. The reason I knew this is that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, had texted me the war plan at 11:44 a.m. The plan included precise information about weapons packages, targets, and timing. This is going to require some explaining. The story technically begins shortly after the Hamas invasion of southern Israel in October 2023. The Houthis, an Iran-backed terrorist organization whose motto is God is great, death to America, death to Israel, curse upon the Jews, victorious to Islam, soon launched attacks on Israel and on international shipping, creating havoc for global trade. Throughout 2024, the Biden administration was ineffective in countering these Houthi attacks. The incoming Trump administration promised a tougher response. This is where Pete Hegseth and I come in. On Tuesday, March 11th, I received a connection request on Signal from a user identified as Michael Waltz. Signal is an open-source encrypted messaging service popular with journalists and others who seek more privacy than other text messaging services are capable of delivering. I assumed that the Michael Waltz in question was President Donald Trump's national security advisor. I did not assume, however, that the request was from the actual Michael Waltz. I have met with him in the past, and though I didn't find it particularly strange that he might be reaching out to me, I did think it's somewhat unusual given the Trump administration's contentious relationship with journalists and Trump's periodic fixation on me specifically. It immediately crossed my mind that someone could be masquerading as Waltz in order to somehow entrap me. It is not all uncommon these days for nefarious actors to try to induce journalists to share information that could be used against them. I accepted the connection request, hoping that this was the actual national security advisor and that he wanted to chat about Ukraine or Iran or some other important matter. 2 days later, Thursday at 4:28 p.m., I received a notice that I was to be included in a Signal chat group. It was called the Houthi PC Small Group. God, thank God they didn't give it some cringe apocalyptic Bible name or something. A message to the group from Michael Waltz reads as follows. Team established principles for a group for coordination on Houthis, particularly for over the next 72 hours. My deputy, Alex Wong, is pulling together a Tiger team at Deputy's Agency Chief of Staff level, following up from the meeting in the sit room this morning for action items that will be sending that out later this evening. The message continued, please provide the best staff POC from your team for us to coordinate with over the next couple of days and over the weekend. Thanks. Thuks. The term Principals Committee generally refers to a group of the senior-most national security officials, including the Secretaries of Defense, State, and the Treasury, as well as the Director of the CIA. It should go without saying, but I'll say it anyway, that I have never been invited to a White House Principals Committee meeting, and that in my years of reporting on national security matters, I had never heard of one being convened over a commercial messaging app. 1 minute later, a person identified only as MAR, the Secretary of State is Marco Antonio Rubio, wrote, Mike Needham for State, apparently designating the current counselor of the State Department as his representative. At that same moment, a Signal user identified as JD Vance wrote, Andy Baker for VP. 1 minute after that, TG, presumably Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence, or someone masquerading as her, wrote, Joe Kent for DNI. Man. This is the Down Syndrome Avengers. Oh my God. Imagine this team, national security. God. 9 minutes later, Scott B, apparently Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, or someone spoofing his identity, wrote Dan Katz for Treasury. At 4:53 p.m., a user called Pete Hegseth wrote Dan Caldwell for DOD. And at 6:34, Brian wrote Brian McCormick for NSC. One more person responded, John Ratcliffe wrote at 5:24 p.m. with the name of a CIA official to be included in the group. I am not publishing that name because that person is an active intelligence officer. Huh. Okay. Wow. All right. The principals had apparently assembled. In all, 18 individuals were listed as members of this group, including various National Security Council officials, Steve Witkoff, President Trump's Middle East and Ukraine negotiator, Susie Wiles, the White House Chief of Staff, and someone identified only as SM, which I took to stand for Stephen Miller. I appeared on my screen only as JG. That was the end of the Thursday text chain. After receiving the Wall's text related to the Houthi PC small group, I consulted a number of colleagues. We discussed the possibility that these texts were part of a disinformation campaign, initiated by either a foreign intelligence service or more likely a media gadfly organization, the sort of group that attempts to place journalists in embarrassing positions and sometimes succeeds. Oh no. I had very strong doubts that this text group was real, because I could not believe that the national security leadership of the United States would communicate on Signal about imminent war plans. I also could not believe that the National Security Advisor to the President would be so reckless as to include the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic in such discussions with senior US officials up to and including the Vice President. The next day, things got even stranger. At 8:05 a.m. on Friday, March 14th, Michael Waltz texted the group, "Team, you should have a statement of conclusions with taskings per the President's guidance this morning in your high side inboxes." High side in government parlance refers to classified computer and communication systems. State and DoD, we developed suggested notification lists for regional allies and partners. Joint Staff is sending this AM a more specific sequence of events in the coming days, and we will work with DoD to ensure COS, OVP, and POTUS are briefed. Whew. At this point, a fascinating policy discussion commenced. The account labeled JD Vance responded at 8:16. "Team, I am out for the day doing an economic event in Michigan, but I think we are making a mistake." Vance was indeed in Michigan that day. The Vance account goes on to state, 3% of US trade runs through the Suez. 40% of European trade does. There is a real risk that the public doesn't understand this or why it's necessary. The strongest reason to do this, as POTUS suggested, said to send a message. Yeah, why would you worry about it? But you think the average MAGA voter gives a fuck about how much trade runs through the Suez? Like, sorry. What did Asmongold say? Well, if they're attacking American ships, it's okay then. Let's go for it. It's like, why are American ships there? If that was Biden, you'd be asking, why are American aircraft carriers in the Red Sea next to Yemen? But because it's Trump, no questions asked. Fuck. The Vance account then goes on to make a noteworthy statement, considering that the Vice President has not deviated publicly from Trump's position on this, on virtually any issue. I am not sure the President is aware of how inconsistent this is with his message on Europe right now. There is further risk that we see a moderate to severe spike in oil prices. I'm willing to support the consensus of the team and keep these concerns to myself, but there is a strong argument for delaying this a month, doing the messaging work on why this matters, seeing where the economy is, etc. Yeah, UK government staff do use WhatsApp. They do. Ooh. A person identified in Signal as Joe Kent, Trump's nominee to run the National Counterterrorism Center, is named Joe Kent, wrote at 8:22. There's nothing time-sensitive driving the timeline. We'll have the exact same options in a month. Then at 8:26 a.m., a message landed in my Signal group app from the user John Ratcliffe. The message contained information that might be interpreted as related to actual and current intelligent operations. 8:27, a message arrived from Pete Hegseth, the Pete Hegseth account. We don't know if they're switching up. VP, I understand your concerns and fully support you raising with POTUS. Important considerations, most of which are tough to know how they play out: economy, Ukraine, peace, Gaza, etc. I think messaging is going to be tough no matter what. Nobody knows who the Houthis are, which is why we would need to stay focused on 1, Biden failed, and 2, Iran funded. I love this. It's so good. Yes. Consider the ignorance. Always consider the ignorance. The Hegseth message goes on to state, waiting a few weeks or a month does not fundamentally change the calculus. 2, immediate risks on waiting. This leaks and we look indecisive. Israel takes an action first or Gaza ceasefire falls apart, and we don't get to start this on our own terms. That actually happened. We can manage both. We are prepared to execute. If I had wait, so they wanted to do this before the ceasefire collapsed. We are prepared to execute, and if I had a final go or no-go vote, I believe we should. This is not about the Houthis. I see it as two things: restoring freedom of navigation, a core national interest, and two, re-establish deterrence, which Biden cratered. But we can easily pause, and if we do, I will do all we can do to enforce 100% OPSEC, Operation Security. I welcome other thoughts. A few minutes later, the Michael Waltz account posted a lengthy note about trade figures and the limited capabilities of European navies. Whether it's now or several weeks from now, it will have to be the United States that opens these shipping lanes. Per the President's request, we are working with DoD and state to determine how to compile the cost associated and levy them on Europeans. Oh my God. Great OPSEC considerations. True. They thought of all the OPSEC, didn't they? OPSEC. Okay. Right. The account identified as JD Vance addressed the message at 8:45 to Pete Hegseth. If you think we should do it, let's go. I just hate bailing Europe out again. Oh my God. The administration has argued that America's European allies benefit economically from the US Navy's protection of international shipping lanes. The user identified as Hegseth responded 3 minutes later. VP, I fully share your loathing of European freeloading. It's pathetic. But Mike is correct. We are the only ones on the planet on our side of the ledger who can do this. Nobody else is even close. Question is timing. I feel like now is as good a time as any given POTUS's directive to reopen shipping lanes. I think we should go, but POTUS still retains 24 hours of decision space. At this point, the previously silent SM joined the conversation. As I heard it, the president was clear. The green light, but we soon make it clear to Egypt and Europe what we expect in return. We also need to figure out how to enforce such a requirement. E.g., if Europe doesn't remunerate, then what? If the US successfully restores freedom of navigation at great cost, there needs to be some further economic gain extracted in return. Fucking bitches, man. God. That message from SM, presumably President Trump's confidant Stephen Miller, the Deputy White House Chief of Staff, or someone playing Stephen Miller, effectively shut down the conversation. The last text of the day came from Pete Hegseth, who wrote at 9:46 a.m., agree. After reading this chain, I recognized that this conversation possessed a high degree of verisimilitude. The texts, in their word choice and arguments, sounded as if they were written by people who purportedly sent them, or by a particularly adept AI text generator. I was still concerned that this could be a disinformation operation or a simulation of some sort, and I remained mystified that no one in the group seemed to have noticed my presence. But if it was a hoax, the quality of mimicry and the level of foreign policy insight were impressive. It was the next morning, Saturday, March 15th, when this story became truly bizarre. Wait. When did Israel-Gaza ceasefire break? Why am I in all caps? When did the ceasefire break? It was 6 days ago, wasn't it? So they are talking about this. They're talking about this before the ceasefire is over. Am I right? Did I get that right? Yeah, they are. Quite a bit before. At 11:44 a.m., the account labeled Pete Hegseth posted... Wait, does that mean that the Houthis were still blocking shipping even during the ceasefire? Why are they talking about international trade being restored? Did the Houthis not stop attacking ships? Huh. Oh, it was over the aid. It was over aid. Yeah, so it was when Israel blocked the aid. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. When Israel blocked the aid, then the Houthis resumed. Okay. Okay. I should have remembered that. The information contained in them. Okay. Pete Hegseth posted team update. I will not quote from this update or from certain other subsequent texts. The information contained in them, if they had been read by an adversary of the United States, could conceivably have been used to harm American military and intelligence personnel, particularly in the broader Middle East, Central Command's area of responsibility. What I will say, in order to illustrate the shocking recklessness of this signal conversation, is that the Hegseth post contained operational details of forthcoming strikes on Yemen, including information about targets, weapons the US would be deploying, and attack sequencing. Holy shit. So they could have they could have positioned themselves to fire the planes down or to shoot the planes down. What the fuck? Oh no. Or they could have known maybe where certain American positions were, like secretly in the Middle East. There's a lot they could fuck. The only person to reply to the update from Hegseth was the person identified as the vice president. I will say a prayer for victory, Vance wrote. 2 other users subsequently added a prayer emoji. Oh, God. Holy shit. No. Get your prayers out, guys. Say your prayers. According to the lengthy Hegseth text, the first detonations in Yemen would be felt 2 hours hence at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time. So I waited in my car in a supermarket parking lot. If this signal chat was real, I reasoned, Houthi targets would be bombed. At about 1:55, I checked X and searched Yemen. Explosions were then being heard across Sana'a, the capital city. Imagine being in this guy's position. Holy fuck. He could have saved the Houthis. Oh God, wait. He could have rescued the Houthis. He could have stopped the genocide. He's a traitor to the Palestinians and Hassan. Brackets the Houthis in Yemen. Fuck. He's a traitor. Why didn't you save them? I went back to the Signal channel. At 1:48, Michael Waltz provided the group an update. Again, I won't quote from this text except to note that he described the operation as an amazing job. A few minutes later, John Ratcliffe wrote, a good start. Not long after, Waltz responded with 3 emoji, a fist, an American flag, and fire. Others soon joined in, including Mar, who wrote, it'll be Marco Rubio potentially, right? Good job, Pete and your team, and Susie Wiles, who texted, kudos to all, most particularly those in theatre and CENTCOM. Really great, God bless. Steve Witkoff responded with 5 emoji, 2 hands praying, a flexed bicep, and 2 American flags. TG responded, great work and effects. The after-action discussion included assessments of damage done, including the likely death of a specific individual. The Houthi-run health ministry reported that at least 53 people were killed in the strikes, a number that has not been independently verified. Bro, this is so cringe. Look at this boomer. Fuck. Surely they could have had a more on the nose. They should have done this.
My resolution?
Why didn't they go with this? This would have been much better.
My resolution? Airstrikes. Bomb them. Bomb them. Keep bombing them. Bomb them again and again.
Meanwhile, we have these just like oversized children, these oversized 2-year-olds, like, fist bump, fire, pray. Fuck off. Fuck off. Why are they so embarrassing? On Sunday, Waltz appeared on ABC this week to contrast the strikes with the Biden administration's more hesitant approach. These were not kind of pinprick back and forth what ultimately proved to be feckless acts. This was an overwhelming response that actually targeted multiple Houthi leaders and took them out. The Signal chat group, I concluded, was almost certainly real. Having come to this realization, one that seemed nearly impossible only hours before, I removed myself from the Signal group, understanding that this would trigger an automatic notification to the group's creator, Michael Waltz, that I had left. No one in the chat seemed to notice I was there, and I received no subsequent questions about why I left, or, more to the point, who I was. Earlier today, I emailed Waltz and sent him a message on his Signal account. I also wrote to Pete Hegseth, John Ratcliffe, Tulsi Gabbard, and other officials. In an email, I outlined some of my questions. Is the Houthi PC small group a genuine Signal thread? Did they know that I was included in this group? Was I, brackets on the off chance, included on purpose? If not, who did they think I was? Did anyone realize who I was when I was added, or when I removed myself from the group? Do senior Trump administration officials use Signal regularly for sensitive discussions? Do the officials believe that the use of such a channel could endanger American personnel? Brian Hughes, the spokesman for the National Security Council, responded 2 hours later, confirming the veracity of the Signal group. This appears to be an authentic message chain, and we are now reviewing how an inadvertent number was added to the chain, Hughes wrote. The thread is a demonstration of the deep and thoughtful policy coordination between senior officials. The ongoing success of the Houthi operation demonstrates that there were no threats to troops or national security, apart from that you leaked it to someone who's not supposed to have it, you fucking idiot. Oh my God. Deep and thoughtful. Hail Mary over. Hope that, inshallah, these will be good strikes. Inshallah, the missiles will land true. Fuck me. William Martin, a spokesman for Vance, said that despite the impression created by the text, the vice president is fully aligned with the president. Yeah. The vice president's first priority is always making sure that the president's advisors are adequately briefing him on the substance of their internal deliberations, he said. Vice President Vance unequivocally supports this administration's foreign policy. What a cuck. Oh my God. The president and vice president have had subsequent conversations about this matter and are in complete agreement. I've never seen a breach quite like this. It's not uncommon for national security officials to communicate on Signal, but the app is used primarily for meeting planning and other logistical matters, not for detailed and highly confidential discussions of a pending military action. And of course, I've never heard of an instance in which a journalist has been invited to such a discussion. Conceivably, Waltz, by coordinating a national security-related action over Signal, may have violated several provisions of the Espionage Act, which governs the handling of national defense information, according to several national security lawyers interviewed by my colleague Shane Harris for this story. Harris asked them to consider a hypothetical scenario in which a senior U.S. official creates a Signal thread for the express purpose of sharing information with cabinet officials about an active military operation. He did not show them the actual Signal messages or tell them specifically what had occurred. All of these lawyers said that the U.S. official should not establish a Signal thread in the first place. Information about an active operation would presumably fit the law's definition of national defense information. The Signal app is not approved by the government for sharing classified information. The government has its own systems for that purpose. If officials want to discuss military activity, they should go into a specially designated space known as a Sensitive Compartmented Information Facility, or SCIF. Most cabinet-level national security officials have installed one in their home or communicate only on approved government equipment, the lawyers said. What the fuck? What's going to happen next, man? Do you think, are these guys going to be leaking the nuclear codes in a World of Warcraft guild chat next? Is that what's going to happen? They're going to accidentally... Pete Hegseth is going to be shit-faced, and accidentally people are going to overhear his next plans for airstrikes in the Call of Duty lobby on Xbox Live. Sorry, I overheard the defense secretary and the vice president. I overheard them just like discussing the next military operations in the next cubicle in the fucking nightclub when we're all taking cocaine off the toilet seat. Like, come on. It's not good. Overheard him yapping about it in the next room in the brothel. I don't know why they thought they wouldn't hear us. You know, there's just a velvet curtain in between us. God. Normally, cell phones are not permitted inside an SCIF, which suggests that as these officials were sharing information about an active military operation, they could have been moving around in public. Had they lost their phones or had they been stolen, the potential risk to national security would have been severe. Hegseth, Radcliffe, and other cabinet officials presumably would have the authority to declassify information, and several of the national security lawyers noted the hypothetical officials on the signal chain might claim that they had declassified the information they shared. But this argument rings hollow, they caution, because Signal is not an authorized venue for sharing information of such a sensitive nature, regardless of whether it has been stamped top secret or not. There's another potential problem. Man, imagine if they leaked this to the wrong person, though, eh? Imagine if they leaked this to Taylor Lorenz, and she sent it to Hassan for the lols, and then Hassan sent it to Tim Houthi. And then the next day we wake up with 17 American fucking planes shot down, and a bunch of pilots captured. Tom Cruise kicking and screaming. There's another potential problem. Waltz set some of the messages in the Signal group to disappear for 1 week, and some after 4. That raises questions about whether the officials may have violated federal records law. Text messages about official acts are considered records that should be preserved. Under the records laws applicable to the White House and federal agencies, all government employees are prohibited from using electronic messaging applications such as Signal for official business unless those messages are promptly forwarded or copied to an official government account. Jason R. Barron, professor at the University of Maryland and the former director of litigation at the National Archives and Records Administration, told Harris. Hassan still wouldn't get banned on Twitch. What's this? Okay. Intentional violations of these requirements are a basis for disciplinary action. Additionally, agencies such as the Department of Defense restrict electronic messaging containing classified information to classified government networks and/or networks with government-approved encrypted features, Barron said. Why does it feel like this article is never ending? There we go. Okay. Several former US officials told Harris and me that they had used Signal to share unclassified information and to discuss routine matters, particularly when traveling overseas without access to US government systems. But they knew never to share classified or sensitive information on the app because their phones could have been hacked by a foreign intelligence service, which would have been able to read the messages on the devices. It is worth noting that Trump, as a candidate for president and as president, repeatedly and vociferously demanded that Hillary Clinton be imprisoned for using a private email server for official business when she was Secretary of State. It is also worth noting that Trump was indicted in 2023 for mishandling classified documents, but the charges were dropped after his election. Waltz and other cabinet officials were already potentially violating government policy and the law simply by texting one another about the operation. When Waltz added a journalist, presumably by mistake, to his principals committee, he created new security and legal issues. Now the group was transmitting information to someone not authorized to receive it. That is the classic definition of a leak, even if it was unintentional, and even if the recipient of the leak did not actually believe it was a leak until the Yemen came under American attack. All along, members of the Signal group were aware of the need for secrecy and operation security. In his text detailing aspects of the forthcoming attack on Houthi targets, Hegseth wrote to the group, which at the time included me, "We are currently clean on OPSEC." Wow. What a bonus. Hillary Clinton right now. Mate. You what? Possibly the most insane national security story in the last 50 years. Yup. I just hate bailing out Europe again. Why is it so petty, man? God. So petty. Ooh. Because they're extremely petty people. Really? I'd never have guessed. Never have guessed. Okay. Hang on. But Benghazi, mate. You're not... Benghazi ain't holding a candle up to that shit. Wow. Rig, a Jigglypuff, thanks to 15 shekels. Why can't they use the standard methods of military communication, questionably sourced Hungarian beepers? True. There's no way, like, by the end of this administration, you're going to see J.D. Vance getting blown up. You're going to see J.D. Vance getting blown up by a Hezbollah-designed Fisher-Price walkie-talkie. I don't know. Not good. Not very secure. What is the news saying about this?
This just in, editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, Jeffrey Goldberg, says he was accidentally texted war plans.
Yeah, we literally just received this piece.
You can't make it up, man. It's just...
From The Atlantic, and in it, Goldberg writes, U.S. national security leaders included me in a group chat about upcoming military strikes in Yemen. I didn't think it could be real. Then the bombs started falling. CNN's Alex Marquardt joins us now live. And Alex, this piece came out literally in the last few minutes. Ago. I haven't been able to read through all of it, but this seems like...
Are people calling Pete Hegseth a DUI hire? Driving under the influence instead of a DEI hire.
Like something out of a farce, like out of a comedy.
It is just stunning on so many different levels. Stunning. I understand why Goldberg didn't believe it was real, because it is just shocking in several different ways. Goldberg was added to a Signal chat with some of the most senior national security members of the Trump administration. Signal is a messaging app that is encrypted, probably why these officials thought that they could have a discreet conversation on there. But on it, in this chat that Goldberg was a witness to, they talk about the planning for the recent bombing of the Houthis that started on March 15th. They talk about current intelligence assessments. There's a full-on debate among these officials about whether they should carry out this bombing of the Houthis. And these are conversations that could be in violation of the Espionage Act. Now, this group was started, it looks like, by the National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, who called it the Houthi PC Small Group. PC refers to Principals Committee. The principals in the administration are the senior-most officials. And among that group of senior officials...
Oh, no. I'm sorry. I'll focus. I'll do this, and then we'll do the next thing.
You have the National Security Advisor, the Vice President, the Secretary of Defense and of State, the Director of National Intelligence, the CIA Director, Steve Witkoff, the Special Envoy, the Chief of Staff to President Trump, and the list goes on. There are 18 of them. So there's this debate over whether the U.S. should go through with this bombing of the Houthis. Vice President Vance is actually arguing against it, saying that just 3% of trade goes through the Red Sea, which is where the ships have been targeted by the Houthis. Ratcliffe, the CIA director, he chimes in with current intelligence assessments that may be related to intelligence operations that are ongoing. Goldberg does not print that because, of course, that, among so many other details in this, are so highly classified. Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, he chimes in saying that waiting a few weeks or a month wouldn't fundamentally change the calculus. And he notes, interestingly, that if this leaks, we look indecisive. Of course, it would eventually leak. Now, keep in mind, as they're having this discussion, Goldberg is watching all of this unfold, and he doesn't know, again, whether it's real, but he would quickly learn that it was. On the morning of March 15th, which is the day the bombings began, Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, posted a team update at 11:44 in the morning saying the bombings were about to start 2 hours later. And in that message to this large group, again, including Goldberg, he posted operational details about these strikes that were about to happen, information about targets, about weapons, and the attack sequencing. 2 hours later, the strikes started. Goldberg looked up on Twitter, and he started to see explosions happening in Yemen, and that's when he knew it was true. And that's when these officials essentially started celebrating. You have John Ratcliffe, the CIA director, saying, "A good start." Mike Waltz, this national security advisor, responds with several emojis, as does Steve Witkoff, with 2 hands praying, a flexed bicep, and 2 American flags. So everyone approving of what just happened and celebrating. The National Security Council has not pushed back on this at all. They said that this chain was in fact real. Brian,
I don't know if your first name's public. Yeah, I know it is public. I've said it myself on stream lots of times, okay? Yes, loner, yes. That okay?
Hughes, the National Security Council spokesman, says this does appear to be an authentic message chain. They are looking into how and someone was inadvertently added, how Goldberg was added to this chain, and he tries to spin it as a demonstration of the deep and thoughtful policy coordination between senior officials. So no pushback from the...
My last name is public as well, depending on how fucking wacky the people you're asking are. Depending on how devoted people are to that cause.
White House in terms of the authenticity of this. But again, this may violate the Espionage Act. Jeffrey Goldberg and his colleague Shane Harris, who's an intelligence reporter, spoke with several lawyers who say that it may have violated the provisions that govern the handling of national defense information. Bottom line, they say, to put it on Signal, they should not have established a Signal chat in the first place, is their conclusion, which is kind of obvious. And then the kicker of this whole piece is, as Hegseth is describing how this is going to unfold and what is going to happen, he says, we are currently clean on OPSEC, which is operational security. Clearly, they were not clean because they included a journalist in this conversation on Signal.
Okay, who was the JG who was missing, who should have been part of the conversation?
We don't know why Waltz initially reached out to Jeffrey Goldberg and added him as a contact and then eventually added him to the group. You're absolutely right. They probably thought they were adding someone else from within the administration who had a similar name. Why this mistake happened is just the first of a very long list of questions.
Wow.
Alex Marquardt, thank you so much for bringing us this reporting. Let's talk more about this with former Defense Secretary and former...
Just saying, what war is the plan about? It was about the bombings on Yemen. They were leaking sensitive information. Yeah, they were dropping sensitive information about the U.S. plans to strike Yemen. So which means that this journalist knew that the strikes in Yemen were going to happen before they happened. And could have potentially shared information that would have put American troops in danger.
Former CIA Director Leon Panetta. Secretary, I'm reading the piece as we speak, and it's interesting because Goldberg writes that he had very strong doubts that this text group was real. I could not believe that the national security leadership of the United States would communicate on Signal about imminent war plans. I also could not believe that the national security advisor to the president would be so reckless, he writes, as to include the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic in such discussions with senior U.S. officials. Secretary, what's your reaction to this reporting?
Can't make it up.
Well, it's obviously a very serious mistake on the part of whoever included Goldberg in this highly classified chain of command messaging that went on that involved war plans. To have had somebody from The Atlantic on...
Oh, I love it. People not answering questions. People getting asked about it and freaking out. Yes. Post hidden. You have blocked or been blocked. Brilliant. Why? Who the fuck is this person? Who are you? Why don't you like me? Dick? All right, whatever. Is this person gonna be blocked? Why am I so toxic? The fuck?
Story in The Atlantic that said that some of your top cabinet officials and aides had been discussing very sensitive material through Signal and included an Atlantic reporter for that. What is your response to that?
I don't know anything about it. I'm not a big fan of The Atlantic. To me, it's a magazine that's going out of business. I think it's not much of a magazine, but I know nothing about it. You're saying that they had what?
They were using Signal.
Yes.
To
let him say it again.
Coordinate on sensitive materials and
having to do with what? Having to do with what? What were they talking about?
With the Houthis.
The Houthis? You mean the attack on the Houthis? Well, it couldn't have been very effective because the attack was very effective. I can tell you that. I don't know anything about it. You're telling me about it for the first time. Anybody else?
This announcement on Monday. This announcement on
He has
Monday.
no idea.
Is this a blue story?
What a goofball.
On that chain, without
The
question,
unbeatable
was
it's a thing that people do, right? It's like, oh, I haven't heard about that. But he let him repeat it. He actually gave him a chance to repeat the claim.
a serious mistake. And I hope the White House takes this seriously, because the last thing you want to do when you're talking about war plans is to have a serious leak like this that could undermine the war plans, but also jeopardize lives. So I hope they take this seriously.
What would that look like, Secretary?
I think they would have to do a full investigation as to who included this name on that chain involving the highest officials in national security, from the president to the vice president to a secretary of defense, etc. How the name of a journalist was added to that list. This is just a serious blunder, and not only could violate the espionage laws, but more importantly, can undermine our national security. That's probably the greater problem, is that it reveals our most secret war plans that require that we protect that information in order to be able to conduct what is obviously a serious operation of war.
To that point, Secretary, I wonder what could have happened here.
Pete Hegseth texting out war plans like invites to a frat party. Oh, God. Isn't he like a big Christian and shit? Why is he so degenerate? Loaderbox, I want to give you a big thank you for everything that you do. That's all right. Appreciate it. Listen, I'll pay my bills with that thank you. I'm joking. That's me pretending to be ungrateful and pretending to extort you for cold hard cash. I'd never do that, though. No way.
If it wasn't Jeffrey Goldberg, the editor-in-chief at The Atlantic, who received this and decided to publish this story, if it had been someone else on the contact list that was added to the Signal chat, what would have been a worst-case scenario that would have put national security at risk?
Like, you leak it to someone who can intercept it, right? Like, or you leak it to someone who shares it with a mate, and it just fucking Chinese whispers. It just butterflies across the entire ecosystem and ends up in the hands of a crazy person. What are you talking about? Hangnails, thanks for the tier 1 sub. But Hillary's emails. Oh, don't worry about Hillary's emails.
Well, the worst case scenario, I mean, thankfully, Jeffrey Goldberg just assumed that this was either a joke or some kind of mistake, and obviously didn't pay attention. But somebody who would have the United States as an adversary could reveal this information immediately to the Houthis in Yemen, that they were about to be attacked. And they, in turn, could have responded and attacked U.S. facilities in the Red Sea, causing casualties of our troops and of our men and women in uniform. So if it were somebody who did not have the United States' national security interests at heart, but rather had the interests of our adversaries at heart, he could have seriously disrupted these war plans.
I wonder what you make of the administration's response, framing this, not denying the story, but framing this as an example of a thorough policy discussion, a thorough discussion about how to approach policy toward the Houthis.
Well, look, this is a chain of command. It's provided so that our top officials can have that conversation as to whether or not to conduct these war plans. So that there's no question this is legitimate. But what they're not paying attention to is that you've included somebody on the outside who has no business knowing about this information. There was a mistake here. Somebody on the Atlantic got the most sensitive emails you can imagine at the federal level. That is a serious blunder. It has to be investigated, and somebody, frankly, needs to get fired.
Who do you think that is, sir?
Whoever put that chain together. Somebody put that name on a list, and whoever that was deserves to be fired.
Whoa. Did Muta ever explicitly say, oh, this is my tweet, what's the response? Because all of them aren't saying Egypt, they're demanding that Hassan go to Gaza or it's proof that he's a fraud. Did any... It's so dumb. Just, first of all, they didn't specify. Mutar didn't specify, but also just count. If your argument is that Gaza's too dangerous, then go somewhere else that's close to it. Or just say, I'd rather stay at home. I don't want to go to any of these places. Just say, I don't want to go to any of these places. Fuck. If personal safety doesn't matter, then it's completely fair for Hassan to likewise demand that of you guys too. You were over there, why didn't you go to Gaza? What? I never said I was even considering going to Gaza. Why the fuck would I go there? Also, Hassan is afraid of being killed by Israel, so why would he go to Israel? They've been relentlessly bombing Egypt, Yemen, and doing daily raids in the West Bank. When have they been bombing Egypt? When they bomb Egypt? They're confusing Gaza with Giza. Bro, I would have interviewed Sinwar if I could have, but it's just that there are certain things there are certain limitations. There are certain limitations for YouTubers. I'll say it. I'll just go to the places I can go. Albatross Commando, thanks for the 30 shekels. The big story here isn't even the reporter, it's the group chat existing in the first place. It violates a lot of NatSec and disclosure laws. They should all have access to secure comms. Why do this? Yeah, well, that's what it was, apparently the legal opinion. It's not just the one person who added them, yeah. Seems to be the case. Oh, people are mad at AOC. People are angry with AOC over... Fox News and the right wing would have you believe that my American values are something out of the Communist Manifesto. But I don't believe in healthcare, labor, and human dignity because I'm an extremist. I believe these things because I was a waitress. Disappointed to learn today from AOC's email list that reading the Communist Manifesto makes me an extremist. Come on, man. These people are so fucking dense. You can't read anything. Why are you wasting your time reading any piece of work, ever? She's not saying reading it makes you an extremist. She would say that if her policies came out of it, it would be extremist. Yeah, the policies in the Communist Manifesto, there are like 10 broad ones. If you implemented all of them, that would be pretty extreme. Yeah, some of them are okay. You know, some of them are like free education, abolish child labor. Other ones are centralize fucking everything in the hands of the state. Yeah, it's pretty extreme. God. They're not even the only ones saying it as well. There were a few that were saying that like she's having a go at reading the Communist Manifesto. No, she's not. She's saying that getting your policies from it. Where did that even come from? What about the Japanese Communist Party for Palestine? It's so stupid. It's so stupid. What the fuck? Okay. I know this reference. Fist bump, America flag, lit emoji. Yes. Okay. Ow, why is my neck being so shit today? Come on. Oh no, these guys are molding about it.
Which I think is what AOC and Bernie are trying to do. Popular.
What's their opinion on it?
That needs to be
Do they
called
understand?
out. I called it out on the podcast multiple times. What I think that what AOC and Bernie are trying.
Do they understand that if you it's not you become an extremist just because you read the manifesto?
Girlfriend Salisa and
It's if you
Gavin
get your
was like, bro,
policies
have you
from
seen this? And I was like, oh my gosh, what? What could it possibly be? I opened it up and it's the most nothing burger non-story I've ever
Hey,
seen in my
they
entire
know.
life. Disappointed to learn today from AOC's email list that reading the Communist Manifesto makes me an extremist. Come on, man. And that is a very uncharitable way to interpret what
Really?
AOC has done here.
Yeah, these guys know.
She put out this email saying Fox
We're
News and the
separating
right
the men
wing
from the
would
boys
have you
here.
believe that or that my American values are something out of the Communist Manifesto. But I don't believe in healthcare, labor, and human dignity because I'm an extremist. I believe these things because I was a waitress. And the whole point that she's trying to make, guys, is that these are not fringe ideas.
Yeah.
That these are,
Yeah.
you know, neighborly concepts. You remember how we praised Tim Walz for talking about how his ideas aren't radical, they're not socialist. It's you know,
right? You know, old book that kind of get the pages. Do study Marx idea.
Okay, whatever. Communism, Marx.
Weird.
Cringe.
like the audio is playing.
Point, you know, something she repeats over and over again.
As a lefty work about it because they're like, I'm a communist and you're calling me a radical. It's
That's
like
not the critique.
most of America.
He gave that. I think it was
No, it was AOC. He gave Bernie the
part of the reason why he did. You guys might remember.
Here, I've got it right here.
We were watching the other day. He actually gave AOC a little pamphlet that was from the Japanese Communist Party, or maybe it was Bernie. He gave that. I think it was.
No, it was AOC. He gave Bernie the train, and he was going to give Bernie the pin, but he didn't have it.
There you go. Yeah, it was. But it was from the Communist Party of Japan or something that he had just visited. So he probably does have a renewed level of sympathy for communist movements. And it is true that when you go outside of America, you know, to Europe or to somewhere like Japan, you'll, oh yeah, communism is not considered the scary, crazy thing. It's like there's a Communist Party of France. There's a Socialist Party of France. It's not considered this wild radical thing. So,
well, to be fair, the socialist parties of France and all that are like, they're just not socialist though. They're social democrats. Like that's what happens. Communist parties in any of these countries are actually quite rare. Like, yeah, communism is not popular in Europe. Sorry. Sorry. And definitely not, why Japan? Definitely not Japan.
Hassan, you know, just after getting back from Japan.
Oh, these are the guys that think that, I don't know, like, they'll shit on social democracy to the ends of the earth, but then they'll also, when they're talking to like right wingers, they'll talk about like Denmark as an example of fucking communism or whatever.
Visiting those comrades, he was probably like, "What the hell, bro? Like, you know, these are basic, simple ideas that the rest of the world is, you know, with it enough to understand is not some crazy radical screed. It's not like we're talking about the Unabomber's manifesto or some shit, right? That's almost the way AOC was talking about it. You know, like, I believe in the environment, but not because I'm the Unabomber or some shit. right? Whereas Karl Marx, really not all that crazy. It's not like Karl Marx was a violent guy. He didn't believe in like extremism necessarily, from what I understand.
No, of course not. And again, what it really comes down to for me is the fact that unfortunately it needs a rebrand. And I think that's what AOC is trying to do. I think she's trying to rebrand it away from this like McCarthyistic bullshit. And one thing we also have to talk about is there has been like this really big push of
she's just not a communist. What are you talking about? Like, she's just not a communist. She's not interested in the same things that you're interested in. She's not interested in the vanguard and reviving she's just not any of those things. That's simple. Done.
McCarthyism amongst the Democrat voters. And I think that has something to do with it here. I think they're trying to play chess, not checkers. And I agree they could take a different approach. But what they're trying to do is not scare off the people who have been fed a bunch of Russophobic bullshit for a long time. That, oh my gosh, the rise of communist Russia. Like that was Maxwell Frost tweeting that. Jasmine Crockett was like, we're not going to collaborate with communist Russia.
Yeah.
Right. I think that is bad. And I think that is something that needs to be called out. I've called it out on the podcast multiple times. What I think that what AOC and Bernie are trying so desperately hard to do right now is to not alienate people who are vulnerable to those kinds of talking points from the Democratic Party, and still get those people to feel like they're a part of the opposition to oligarchy. And I think they're really trying to figure out how to thread the needle. And it might have been choppy, and maybe that wasn't the best line from one of her speechwriters, right? But I think that
these guys, they just don't like the same shit. They're just not into the stupid fucking fist fucking aesthetics and calling yourselves the vanguard and using Soviet fucking references everywhere like that. Yeah, they're just not interested in that. Like, it's cringe. They want to make people's lives better. God. Okay. At least they understood the beginning, but then again, kind of fell back hill after that. Downhill, sorry. Whoa. Okay. You think AOC is more radical than she lets on? Maybe, but she's also moderated a lot more compared to what she was at the beginning, as far as I remember. What do I know? Americans. Why did this go viral? Aren't there loads of these? Isn't this just like a normal thing now for people to do these routines where where they can wake up at 2 a.m, do Pilates, do 75 push-ups, do 100 squats, eat like a fucking contact lens case of yogurt and granola, and then then get on a plane, eat an egg, sell get rich quick books on their laptop, get another plane, jump into an ice lake, get another plane, 2:01 a.m, get back home, go to the gym. These are normal, aren't they? They're all over the place. Why is this one special?
So we're going to be serious about the Lord's business.
Bro, you've done nothing for 3 hours. What the fuck? He's done nothing for 3 hours. He's just doom scrolling. He was in the air for 4 minutes.
So looking at it, bro, we got to go ahead and get in at least 10,000.
Bro.
Thank
you. I love it. I think it's amazing. At least 10,000. Bro, what's he doing? Who's he scamming? Why is he rubbing a banana peel in his face? Why? Bro, it's all fucking... He's memeing, right? People think this is serious, but it's not. He's memeing. It's all memes. There's no way he does this every day. Absolutely not. What the fuck? What's the longer version? There's a longer version? Where? "6 minutes of book reading." Yeah. Look, see what he's doing here? He wakes up at what? Okay, 3:52. Okay, 2 hours then. He brushes his teeth. And here he's just kind of doom scrolling for like 2 hours before dipping his face in the ice. And why the fuck do you wake up, do a bunch of push-ups? Apparently he does push-ups for 13 minutes. Then does almost a Slav squat. And then just sits there doom scrolling. And then goes to the gym. He's lost 2 hours. Got at least 10,000. 10,000 what? What's this? I know what this is. I've watched it already. Okay, this is prepped. Yeah, this is more like it.
Awesome.
This is
Would you like to purchase my course as well for $19.99 a month?
Yes.
The most powerful force in the
I just let you know.
I got another plane.
Forever brasileiro.
Look, man, do you want to make 10K a month or not?
I do.
Okay, then I highly recommend that you purchase my course as it will levitate your knowledge to 100%.
Okay.
Levitate your knowledge. Yes. That's what I need. This guy's got a busy day, okay? This guy didn't fuck about. What's this one? Wait, this is a real one, isn't it? This looks real.
So we're going to be serious about the Lord's business.
Oh, is it fucking Hassan Piker? Did he make this one himself? I didn't even recognize him. Okay. That's not him at the start, though, is it? Did he just turn into him? What the fuck? No, that is him. Okay. Who's this one? I don't think I watched this one. It's AI. Okay.
Anna, was machst du?
Okay. What are you doing for your fitness video? I don't know. I could do like a Scottish version where I just like wake up and go, fuck. And then it's freezing, go out in the rain, go, fuck, and go back inside. Eat a deep fried Mars bar, glass of scotch, say fuck, go to shop, get some Glen's vodka, say cunt. Yeah, I could do it. It's possible. Go to a football match, say cunt. Do heroin. It's probably over the top if I actually do heroin for a meme. Kind of stops being a meme if I do that. Apparently the director, the Palestinian director of No Other Land got attacked by settlers. Uh-oh. Will you do more on the ground journalism? Sure. Yuval Abraham has a video on it. Okay. Is he? Oh, he's 972. These are American activists getting attacked by settlers.
Hey, no! Can we go back to the car? Guys, back to the car! Back to the car! Back to the car!
Get in the car, get in the car.
Jesus.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Well, good thing this window's working.
My window was broken.
Oh, he was a director. Okay. Yeah, fuck those guys. Yeah. Settlers, I mean, not the directors, obviously. They beat him and he has injuries in his head and stomach, bleeding. Soldiers invaded the ambulance he called and took him. No sign of him since. So he's been taken by soldiers. The fuck? The hills have eyes. Yeah. Yeah, there are a few moments where these fucking where these settlers are fucking scary, right? Like if you take a wrong turn, they'll actually like throw rocks at you and shit. We were told that a few times. Want to know what the army is thinking in this one? Yeah, well. Not good. Not good at all. So where was he in? That's the settler, I'm guessing.
Can we go back to the car? Guys, back to the car!
Oh, so this is the Americans who came afterwards, right? Okay. I wonder if they maybe targeted him because of the documentary. Because settlers do, like, they profile people, don't they? From other areas, from other villages. Yeah, fuck these people, man. Fuck them. At least were these outposters. I don't know. They, the thing is like a lot of them have had their sanctions lifted by the Trump administration. So a few of them were sanctioned under Biden, but now with Trump, they're being lifted again. So Is that settler one of the West Bank Israelis? Well, they would be, wouldn't they? I don't know if they're outposters or settlers, but whoever they are, they're clearly quite extreme because it's not quite normal to do that, is it? Katz as defense minister is basically the king of Area C. Yeah, there's not gonna be any repercussions for that, I don't think. Not with this government. Not with this American and Israeli fucking combo. Did the sanctions affect them much to begin with? I don't know. I think it's like it does probably hurt them to get locked out of SWIFT, but I don't know how extreme it is because these guys are pretty. The settlers that we saw, the ones in Yitzhar, they're very primitive. It doesn't look like they need all that much to be happy in terms of like international connection or finance or anything like that, like connection to the stock market or maybe some goods that they can't get. I don't know exactly how it works. They definitely have travel limitations, but aren't most settlers Ashkenazi? I believe so, yeah. Like the problem is like it's not that a majority of settlers actually go and do things like that. It's just that enough of them do, and they don't really get held accountable. They have military courts and administrative detention in the West Bank for settlers as well, but like I think the number of settlers who have been through administrative detention is like less than 10. So it's just the kind of thing where even if they violate Israeli law, they still get away with it. They still get they don't really get prosecuted as much unless they properly like they commit a murder and shit. But otherwise, they're usually just let off because they go to and the IDF doesn't really tend to intervene to help them. Have you read Gershom Gorenberg's book, The Accidental Empire, Israel and the Birth of the Settlements? It's how settlements were started by secular Zionists. Oh. I thought Moshe Dayan was one of the big spearheads of the settlers in 67, but I don't believe he was secular, was he? I thought Moshe Dayan was a bit of a thumper. I thought he was a bit of a religious gooner, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. He definitely behaved like one and spoke like one, but have you seen Chuck Schumer at AIPAC? No, what's he doing? What? He was an atheist. Why did he talk so fucking biblical then? Every time I've seen Moshe Dayan talk about stuff, he sounds very like biblical redemptionist or whatever. I know they didn't really get government help until later. Proper government help. It was more just they were kind of allowed to do it and not interrupted all that much. Anyway. What could these three Americans have done to justify being attacked like that? You're trying to justify it. Who are you talking to, Patrick? What did I say that justified what they were doing? What the fuck? Wait, if that was directed at me, I'm banning you. Holy shit. Fish. Oh. You gotta tag people when you're fighting with them. My God. Ooh. Anyway, I have a lot of evening stuff to do now. It's going to be like that for a few days, I think. I'm not going to be able to stream very long each day this week. I need to... Fuck. You know, there's no way this happened. There's no way. Where is it? Oh, I lost it. Apparently that water, that bottled water that the guy's drinking rocketed up in sales because of that fitness video. The blue glass bottle of water. There's no way. This is fake. Oh, it's just Google searches, not sales. I'm sure sales might have gone up as well, but... I know Diane did archaeology gigs, digs. They sent, in the Tomb of the Matriarchs and Patriarchs, didn't they lower like a 6-year-old girl into this well to find stuff that was buried underneath the building, underneath the structure? Because they couldn't fit in the hole. Saratoga water. This guy won. He did. Let's add to it. How much does it cost? Why is this so special? Who needs it? Buy now. Wait. I just want to know how much it costs. It's not that much. It's water, so it's stupid that you're paying for it, but fuck. It's just... It's too much, man. It's fucking tap water. Stop. It's just as good as Scottish tap water. Probably worse. Oh, it's carbonated. Ugh. That's what everyone needs. Stop. Get it at Asda for 75p. No problem. 2 liters. LeMayo, thanks for the 2 Canadian. Buy yourself a nice bottle of water. Thank you. I'm just saying, fuck. I'm kind of bouncing between hiring a moving company to move all my shit down because I'm leaving. I'm moving soon. I'm moving in a month. I either want to get a moving company or... Because moving companies are expensive as fuck. What if I might just want to like hire a van and pay a friend to help? Because I can't drive a van. You need to have a license for quite a while before you drive a van. And I think if I pay someone even quite a lot for the day, it'd still be cheaper than a moving company. Moving companies are a drag. Pay Wiz and Ed. Wiz and Ed live in a different town though. They can't take my stuff down from here. Hire a company, it's easier and doesn't cost that much. Mate, I was talking, we were at like fucking almost $1,000 to we were at almost a fucking grand for a moving company. God. It's like £150 to hire a van that's big. Maybe I'll try other companies. Do that. But apparently some of these companies will actually come into your house and box things for you. I'm like, what the fuck? Why? Depends on how much stuff you have. Oh, maybe it's Brexit? Yeah, it's cheap in the States because you guys have cheap petrol. I don't have to take any couches or anything. It's just my studio space, musical instruments, and a bunch of boxes of books and cables. That's like the main things that I own that are big. Clothes. But I don't think it's the van size. The van size isn't the problem. I think it's just the cost of movers. Maybe only 1 mover instead of 2. Because I think one company offered me 2. If I get 1, it'd be cheaper. Definitely move it yourself if you got instruments. Well, I do, but I've got hard cases for all of them. Huh. Do you know nobody with a pickup? You can't fit all my stuff into a pickup. You need to hire a van. I have a lot of shit. My studio monitors are like this big. They're quite large. You're leaving Scotland? Yeah. I'm driving to Lebanon. Cheap rent. We'll see. Moving to a tax haven. Yeah. I'm driving a van to the Isle of Man. Exactly. Okay. Apparently these guys are talking to fucking J-Reg, so go there. Take care, dudes. Bye-bye. I'm considering moving to Gaza. Yeah, seriously considering. That's the meme, isn't it? Okay. Love you guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye.